Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Just a minute. Voilà. Ok. Ok, 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 ok. Let's start the news up. Alors, let's close this up and let's start the news. First news, TikTok, who over the last 2 years something was heavily threatened, especially since Trump came back in office, right? Of being like nationalized or something, heavily constrained by the US government because of course TikTok being a Chinese app could be a very convenient vector of Chinese intelligence gathering on lots of Americans and their family, right? Because of course there's a very high chance that there's a bunch of NASA and military, engineers that probably have children that use TikTok, right? So I guess, that's a problem if China can know through TikTok when and what those high value targets are doing with their time, so I guess that's why it was originally thought to, put some pressure on TikTok to sell itself to a US age, like an American company or something. But it seems that they have solved the problem. TikTok forms US joint venture, names Adam Press CEO. TikTok said it officially formed a joint venture that will keep the video sharing app operating in the US. Yeah, because of course, a year or two ago, the TikTok guys said, well, if we can't, like, if we can't sell the app, or if we have forced to sell the app, we're not going to sell the app. We're just going to close the app. And of course, lots of people were sad, lots of users, I guess, of course. Adam Presser, previously TikTok's head of operations, will be the CEO of TikTok USDS joint venture, while TikTok CEO Shao Chu will be a director. ByteDance, so ByteDance is the corporate, the owner of TikTok, which is a Chinese company. ByteDance was subject to a national security law originally signed by former President Joe Biden. Ah, yes, also it was under Joe Biden too, I guess. Okay, I didn't remember that. So originally signed by former President Joe Biden, that required the Chinese tech giant to sell TikTok's US operations or face a ban in the country. Yeah. So I guess, yeah, it will become a joint venture. I'm wondering, like, what I've heard that Oracle, the Oracle guy, the Oracle CEO was part of the deal. Is this true? Alors, Trump hailed the deal in a Truth Social post on Thursday, stating that the company would now be owned by a group of great American patriots and investors, the biggest in the world, of course. He also thanked Chinese President Xi Jinping for working with his administration and ultimately approving the deal. Could have done the other way, but didn't, and is appreciated for his decision. China has not issued an official statement confirming the agreement. According to TikTok, the new venture will be governed by a 7-member board of directors, the majority of whom are American. In addition to Chu, the board is comprised of TPG Global's Timothy Dattels, Susquehanna International Group's Mark Dooley, Silver Lake CEO Egon Durban, DXC Technology CEO Raul Fernandez, Oracle's Kenneth Glueck, and MGX's David Scott. ByteDance, the Chinese parent of TikTok, will retain 19.9% of the new venture. Interesting. So it's funny in a way. I mean, I guess it was bound to happen at some point, but it really reminds me of what the Western companies have to go through when they try to delocalize their activities, or even to just take some market share on a foreign developing country, market. Usually what, when the Western companies have to when they want to implant themselves into China, into the Philippines, into Indonesia, into Thailand, what always happens is that the Western firm needs to associate itself into a joint venture with a local company, or at least a local actor, like a local national person, which means that it basically allows the local national or the local company to of course get all the potential IP that might be necessary to set up the Western company activities in this country. And that's usually why, and that's usually how all of the delocalization processes happened in the last 30-40 years. And the reverse was never true, right? Like when Chinese corporate giants or whatever wants to build a factory in the West, they don't have to create a joint venture with a local actor, with a national actor. Because we are a more open market, and China and other Asian countries until recently were very much, because they were even even in front of the World Trade Organization, they were seen as a developing country, developing market. So these kinds of very restrictive, constraining rules were tolerated. But now, even though it's not the same here, but it really looks like the spirit is the same. It's like now the West, in front of the Chinese companies that have grown a bunch and that are now rivaling the Western companies and the Western markets. Maybe the West, to an extent, would like to at some point put in place the same kinds of regulations that the Western companies have had to deal with in Asia. Right now, maybe the Asian company, especially the powerful Chinese behemoth companies, when they want to implement themselves into the West, maybe, well, not now, but maybe in the near future, it's something that would be more logical, I guess, because of course now that the Chinese companies, or at least some part of this Chinese society, has reached Western level standard, like quality of life in a way, and wealth and market power, you know, I guess it would be logical that the West is not as open now, because of course the West before, the Western markets, the US and Europe, didn't need to impose such constraints on Chinese companies or Indonesian companies, because there were none of those companies trying to implant themselves to, come into the market to delocalize their activities. But now that this is happening, yeah, I guess the Westerners will have to start thinking about it. And I think this TikTok deal is basically the, you know rushed version of that, right? It's like, oh fuck, we have a big Chinese company operating on our market that can potentially impact our national sovereignty. Fuck, let's do something about it, right? It's not like put into law, and it's not a procedure, right? A standard procedure yet, but maybe this is just the premise of that. You know, interesting. I mean, there will have to be some rebalancing of the rules, in front of the, just in front, like some rebalancing of the rules that have been applied under the World Trade Organization, like principles, right? Like, because now China is becoming a modern economy with some specific, characteristics. They're not fully developed yet, but there's definitely a portion of the Chinese national economy who is rivaling the West in terms of, economic, technological, and power and just influence, right? So interesting. Next topic. Oh yeah, so I wanted to talk about this because I actually encountered this as an open source project, but it turns out now they're turning into a VC startup. So the creators of the open source project VLLM have announced that they transitioned the popular tool into a VC-backed startup, Inferact, raising 150 million in seed funding at an 800 million valuation. Damn. The round was co-led by Andreessen Horowitz and Lightspeed Venture, confirming TechCrunch earlier reporting that VLLM has raised capital from A16Z. Inferact's debut mirrored the recent commercialization of the AgLand project, as Radix Arc, which sources told us secured capital at a 400 million valuation led by Accel, as we reported. As the focus in AI shifts from training models to deploying them in applications, a process known as inference, technologies like VLLM and SGLang that make these AI tools run faster and more affordably are attracting investor attention. Yeah, so I think VLLM, if I remember correctly, VLLM was basically this library that helps you run local models on multiple GPUs at the same time. It's kind of like llama.cpp, but just for multi-GPU, if I remember correctly. High throughput, memory efficient inference and serving engine for LLMs. It's like basically if you go higher scale than just running a local model on your consumer grade PC, if you go higher than a 4090, I've heard that people usually, like more than one GPU in a consumer desktop. I've heard that people start to use VLLM. Originally developed in the Skype Computing Lab at UC Berkeley, VLLM has evolved into a community-driven project with contributions from both academia, quantization, optimize CUDA kernels. Yeah, it's like almost a yeah, it's kind of like a corporate. Interesting, right? Like how this open source project has turned into a VC funded startup now. It seems to be the new meta, right? There's a lot of people who do that nowadays. I mean, lots of groups like Bun has been acquired. Open Code might be is open source project that also might be acquired. One day or another. VLLM. I've heard even like some local app that I use for speech to text for prompting the AI or whatever. This guy also has been bought, and it was like a small project made with Tori, and the guy was bought by another company. Now they integrated. There is a trend nowadays where like open source projects first build a user base through by being open source, and then they get bought or they get funded, right, to become a company. That's an interesting pattern to notice. Universal compatibility. Yeah. Yeah. NVIDIA, AMD, SN, Neuro, TPU. Oh, damn. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I guess that's like the ideal corporate stack to do inference. Mm. Yeah, interesting. Interesting how how the open source can lead to startups nowadays. Mm. Interesting. Next topic. Yeah, Brex. Brex has been bought. So Brex was this like very famous fintech because of course the fintech startups in Silicon Valley always raise like crazy amounts of money because they need to manage lots of money too. So it was very famous. I've even heard like in the in the Y Combinator videos like Gary Tan and all the YC partners, they often like when they need to take an example of a good startup that went big and was successful, they often use Brex as an example. They really like Brex, and I guess it's because they also use Brex, like because they issue credit cards, corporate credit cards. So I guess, yeah, another good deal. 5 billion. That's a lot of money. Capital One. The 35 billion deal vastly expanded its reach and gave the bank one of the few card networks that compete with Visa and MasterCard. Ah. So Brex went all the way down to like the lowest of the stack. I mean the very low level, like at the actual network level. That's funny. Brex launched in 2017 to cater to other startups that ran into difficulty getting corporate cards from traditional players like American Express, which tended to favor more established businesses. Brex's clients include TikTok, Robinhood, and Intel. Mm. They founded Brex after dropping out of Stanford, of course. The two ran Brex as co-CEO until 2024 when Dubogras stepped off the executive branch as chairman. Franceschi served as CEO and plans to continue the deal closes. The youngest US startups to join the billion-dollar valuation club. It had been valued at more than 12 billion by 2022, thanks in part to a pandemic-induced growth spurt. Yeah, good for them, I guess. Very nice. Next topic. Tesla is launching RoboTaxis with no safety monitor. Yeah, that's a change, right? Because before there was always some humans on board. Tesla has officially launched public mono RoboTaxis rides in Austin, Texas, without a safety monitor in the vehicle, so like a human, right? Marking the first time the company has removed anyone from the vehicle other than the rider. The safety monitor has been present in Tesla RoboTaxis in Austin since its launch last June, maintaining safety for passengers in other vehicles, and was placed in the passenger seat. Tesla planned to remove the safety monitor at the end of 2025, but it was not quite ready to do so. Now in January, riders are officially reporting that they are able to hail a ride from a Model Y RoboTaxi without anyone in the vehicle. I've heard that I've seen that some people have been saying that there's actually some cars behind watching it, at least for some. They had several employees show that they were riding in the vehicle without anyone else to intervene in case of an emergency. Tesla has now expanded that program to the public. It is not active in the entire fleet, but there are a few unsupervised vehicles mixed in with the broader RoboTaxi fleet with safety monitors. Interesting. Yeah, so I guess after Waymo, maybe the Tesla robotaxis are going to be the second widespread fully autonomous taxis, I guess. Very nice. Next topic. Elon Musk, Tesla will sell humanoid robots by end of 2027. Oh no, it's paywalled. End of next year. So 2027. Okay. Well, I guess that's more realizable than landing on Mars, right? As he's been saying for the longest time, right? Oh yeah, 2 years from now, first starship on Mars, first colony start in 2 weeks. In 3 years. Don't worry, it's definitely going to happen. Full self-driving by next year. Bon. As is often with Musk, I guess if he's saying 2027, is that it's probably farther down the line, right? Bon. It's just that, of course, since the Chinese are already selling humanoid robots left and right, you might expect that it's easier, but maybe it's actually kind of hard. It's just that the Chinese are better at it. I don't know. Bon, in any case, even if they sell the humanoid robots, there's still not going to be any real general AI to be put inside those robots, right? Like most of the demos that we see nowadays, where the humanoid robots are doing some chores or whatever, they are all teleoperated by humans, right? They're like, there's no, good action model for the robots to actually interact with the house the same way the LLMs interact with code yet. So I guess we'll have to wait for some breakthroughs. Maybe Ian Lucan's startups might, with his work on JEPA architecture and world models, maybe is going to provide the breakthrough, even though it doesn't seem to be that, like, well, I guess if Lucan is going out of Meta and he's funding his startup that he's not going to be the CEO of, but is going to, like, if he thinks that this is a good moment to have VC funds come in and put some billions into its startups, it might be because he's just around the corner of some breakthroughs and he's smelling it. He has a Turing Award after all, so he know. I guess if there's one, he's among the few persons that can smell when a fundamental breakthrough, scientific breakthrough is coming around the corner, right? So maybe, yeah. maybe soon we'll be able to have models that are capable to make these robots actually autonomous, unlike what we have today. Let's hope. Next topic. Oh yeah, I saw this New York Times article that seemed funny. It seems also very long. But I'm not going to read it all. But I've heard like, so it turns out that the thinking machines lab firing of this guy, uh Barytzov, was very like, was full of drama, it seems. Defections, secret conversations, deal talks that fizzled, and battle for control. The turmoil at Thinking Machines Labs is the artificial intelligence industry's latest drama. Yeah, I've heard that like the guy that she fired may have had like an affair with her or something. Like there's some, some true drama. Wait a minute. Let me summarize this a little bit. This article discusses the recent turmoil at the AI startup Thinking Machines Lab, co-founded by Murati, Barytzov, and Luke Metz. Barytzov is a co-founder. Okay, I thought he was just a random manager or something, or a researcher. Key points include internal conflicts. Zoff, Metz, and Schoenholtz became unhappy with the company's direction and funding struggles, leading to a meeting where they demanded more control over technical decisions. After defections, after Murati fired Zoff. So it's funny that she could fire him because if he's a co-founder, you know, she shouldn't have been able to fire him, I guess. Or maybe she did some shady stuff. I don't know. He, along with Metz and Schoenholtz, joined OpenAI. Yeah, so the co-founders. So now she's alone. Co-founded by Mira Murati, Zoff, Metz, and Schoenholtz, and they all left. Ouais. Metz, ouais, okay. Other employees also left for OpenAI or received offers from Meta. Unsurprisingly, of course. Zuck with his, 100 million checks, of course, being around the corner. The situation highlights the competitive and personal dynamics within the AI industry. With past conflicts involving figures like Elon Musk and so on, company struggles. Thinking machines face challenges in raising new funding and releasing products, despite an initial 12 billion valuation. Oh. Really? They struggled with this? Interesting. Releasing products. I mean, yeah, they do. I mean, it's just that at some point, like, thinking machines really looked like to me, a AI lab funded by big VC money, but yeah, they don't seem to have a product in mind yet. I guess their product should have been something related originally. I've heard something related to like deterministic LLMs or something. But yeah, maybe they focused a bit too much on the research and not on the product. And unfortunately, with VC money, when you are funded by VC funds, VC investors, you do need to make money at some point, because like it's not just for the beauty of the science that these people are giving money. The article portrays the industry as a high-stakes environment where frequent internal conflicts. Let me read real quick the juicy bits. Thinking Machine lagged OpenAI and other rivals in releasing products and was struggling to raise new funding at an eye-popping 50 billion valuation. Oh, ouais, they went a bit crazy with that, huh? Just because Murati was part of the founding team of OpenAI, but Is she? She's not an AI researcher, right? She. At least I've not heard of that from her. The men had urged Mrs. Murati to strike a deal. Meta, the owner of Facebook and Instagram, had discussed the buying thinking machines, and Mrs. Murati has developed closer ties with the chief executive of Anthropic, a leading AI company, but no transaction has resulted. At the meeting, the men lobbied for Mr. Zoff Thinking Machine CTO to oversee decisions about the company's technical direction. Ah, they threatened to leave if changes were not made. Four people with knowledge of the discussion said Mrs. Murati balked. She told Zoff that he was already the CTO and should just do his job. 2 days later, Mrs. Murati, 37, fired Mr. Zoff, 32, who had been talking behind her back since October with OpenAI's chief executive Sam Altman about returning to the company. Oh, wow. OpenAI immediately rehired Mr. Zoff along with Mr. Metz and Mr. Schoenholz. Oof. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Another 9 or so shaking machines, roughly 100 employees, have decamped to OpenAI and have received offers to join the company. 3 people with knowledge of the situation. The defections have set up furious mudslinging as each side has cranked up its spin machine to portray its version of the story. A relationship that Mr. Zoff had with a thinking machines employee became public. No, so she didn't have a relationship with Zoff. Zoff had a relationship with a thinking machines employee. Okay. And Mrs. Murati, who posted a public message about having parted ways with Mr. Zoff, had faced questions about her reason for firing him and the state of the company. The turmoil at Thinking Machines, one of the highest profile AI startups, is the latest episode in a perpetual soap opera that is the artificial intelligence industry, where young billionaires clash over professional and personal relationships as they vie for money, power, and supremacy in the field. Occasionally, the drama spills into public view, riveting Silicon Valley. I'm reminded of this line from Anna Karenina. All happy families are alike. Each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. A partner at the advancement firm Menlo Ventures. Happy companies require many things to go right simultaneously. You only need 1 or 2 things to go wrong to have an unhappy company. Yeah, there's also the Musk-Altman clash, right, over OpenAI. There is also okay, they just remember remind us of the past stuff with Sam Altman being fired from OpenAI, 2 years ago or something, right? The AI industry was booming, and Mrs. Murati had the name recognition in tech circles to gather funding for a new venture. Yeah, because wait, so I know when Altman and other powerful Silicon Valley figures resolved to reinstate him, Mrs. Murati came out in support of him. Yeah. Oh, wait, Mrs. Murati played a part in Altman's firing and briefly took over as OpenAI's chief executive. Hello, Goncalves, how are you? I'm reading an article about Silicon Valley drone. It's funny. Thinking Machines amassed $2 billion from the venture capital firm Anderson Horowitz, the chip makers NVIDIA and AMD, and others. Yeah, so there was a deal with Meta potentially to buy the company, but it fizzled out. Released a product. No, they did release a product that helps developer adjust AI models to better perform specific tasks offered to businesses and software developer over the internet. The product was similar to technologies from Google, Amazon, and Microsoft. Yeah. Last stream, I couldn't come, went to the cinema, watch Marty Supreme. Yeah. Today, I also go to a concert later. Yeah, okay. No problem, okay. No problem. I think last stream is not on Twitch yet because I have to like make a highlight or whatever, but I think it's published on YouTube. on the Petit Pois stream YouTube channel, because I doxed my address or my neighborhood, so I just cut the stream in half basically to avoid the part where I was doxing myself. But so it's not on Twitch, but it's on YouTube if you want to see. Mr. Tulloch also pushed Mrs. Murati to sell thinking machines. Two people familiar with the matter said no deal materialized, and he left for Meta, which was heavily recruiting AI talents. Oh la la. Damn. In the ensuing months, Thinking Machine struggled to raise new funding, for which it was seeking a valuation of 50 billion. That's a lot of billion, huh? For yet another AI startup without a famous like AI researcher in, right? Because like I guess because Murati is not a researcher, right? Business executive. Yeah, so she's an executive. So, you know, bon, in the same way that Sam Altman is, in a way. Sam Altman is not. So, you know, Sam Altman is not a researcher either, right? But Sam Altman, he was the director of Y Combinator. Bon, voilà. Yeah. And she was CTO also. Yeah. 50 billion for another AI company. I guess it's a bit, I mean, I guess the VC investors told her it's a bit much, maybe. It's just a bit too much. You know, we have already given $1 trillion to Sam Altman. We can't give you any more money, sorry. Some of its investors have privately worried about whether the startup has a path forward as an independent company. Two people familiar with this discussion said. And I guess, like, I've heard that there is a big handicap into raising too much at a too high valuation, because when your valuation is too high, of course, the expectations of return on investment and on activity become crazy high. And so, of course, if you don't realize those expectations, your company can tank very quickly, very hard, and investors can refuse to further fund the company. Mrs. Murati also developed close-data evidence for Pic Dario Amodei, who had also previously worked at OpenAI. Deliver. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, yeah. It's like thinking machines raised as if they were going to be like OpenAI's rival, shipping like crazy, but they mostly delivered research papers and a tool to, intervene at one specific step of the AI, like model training pipeline, which is, I guess, not what investors had in mind. I guess, it's way more modest than, a 50 billion valuation, I guess. So, I'm wondering if this is also why, like, they just didn't ship enough, right? They were mostly, and I guess, yeah, you need to I guess, if you make a startup with lots of researchers, you probably need to, be very clear to those researchers that, yeah, okay, you can publish papers, but you also need to publish products. Because, VC money can appear to be free, but it's not. It's a debt. It's a form of, it's a form of, it's not a debt, but it's kind of a debt. You have to give the money back at some point. For now, Mrs. Murati appears to be content with checking machines going into loan as an independent company. Interesting. A new leader would take over selling AI services to businesses, according to internal communications. The leader was Mr. Zoff. Interesting. Next. Developers, right? Yes, but in AI, that's the thing, is that lots of these guys, are mostly researchers. At least, in OpenAI, for a long time, it was mostly like researchers that just happened to make a company. But I guess Sam Altman was very good to, you know, orient themselves into especially when they saw that ChatGPT was actually working. I guess, he pushed them to, yeah, guys, this is our moment. We're going to make, products now. That's how we raise money. At least he's clear about that. Yeah, I discovered this thing from A16Z, so Andreessen Horowitz, VC company. They have like something that's called states of markets, snapshots from the public and private markets on AI, company building, and more. I'm wondering what is it? Unicorns are real. Unicorn year-over-year revenue growth. Top decile revenue growth is nearly 6x year-over-year. So I guess that's the companies, right? What are the deciles about? It's a power law business, always has been. In 2025, revenue growth exploded upwards for the top quartile and top decile companies. Far more than for everybody else. Unicorn rule of 40. Yeah. Yeah, so basically they're saying that in the AI business of today, it's starting to become the winner catch all, basically. It's starting to become a winner catch all situation. Interesting. And they run in herds. As private unicorns broke through the 5 trillion mark in aggregate, it's clear who's driving the trend, the biggest names. The top 10 private companies are an increasingly large share of total unicorn valuation. I mean, yeah. Top 10 companies: SpaceX, OpenAI, XAI, Anthropic, Databricks, Stripe, Revolut, Scale, Waymo, Checkout.com. Top 10 rest of universe. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. I mean, this is just a sign that, yeah, the AI market is consolidating, basically. We are entering the era where now AI startups are going to, fail and go bankrupt, and the ones that succeed are going to, take their share, basically. And to be fair, even I see that at my own level, right? Like when I'm trying those coding models, right? Like I only have so much time and energy to put into like 2, 3, 4, max 5 different solutions, right? Like right now I have OpenAI, OpenAI models, Anthropic, Gemini, Mistral. I sometimes use Perplexity, and I tried AMP once, but like I'm not going to try anything else because that's too much energy, trying stuff. So I can understand that people just wants to, yeah. And it's funny. I just use Entropic. Yeah, right. Exactly. And that's actually like I saw a little video about Siebel and Caldwell. Dalton, Michael. Yeah, in this video here, the how to big non-obvious insight building a big company, they basically saying one thing that I never heard, and that I thought was interesting, is that basically they say they give the advice to, so it's not for beginners and pre-product market fit people. It's the advice they're giving there. It's for you know products, companies that have found their products and their customers, and they're basically telling their founders like, yeah, so if you are the sixth or seventh player in a given market, even though you might be making $50 million per year of revenue, it's actually not good to be the sixth or seventh actor in a market, because you're probably just going to trend towards dying over the long term because usually people don't care about the sixth or seventh player in a given market, like in a given you know marketplace or whatever. They only care about the three main, right? Like there's the leader, then there's the alternative to the leader, and maybe a third guy that comes and can mess with the first two. But like basically, if you're not among the top three, you have a big problem usually, and you will trend towards dying. And interesting insight, I think, and that seems to be what they mean here, right? Like that's what this graph looks like, right? It's like, yeah, we are going to a state where yeah, we are entering yeah, we are entering an era of the AI market where the big players are going to consolidate you know their place, and all the smaller ones, like Kilo Code and whatever, I forgot their names because of course there's so many of those, Kilo Code and Klein and whatever, like they're going to die basically, because they're too small. There's not enough mental space for them to be there with the other big boys. So fortunately, they're probably going to be either bought by other big companies, or just die alone. Yeah. And that's why, I guess, the YC investors, they really like when you try to go. They like it better when you try as a founder to go um, into a brand new. I mean, I think I've heard there's two models of like founding approach that investors like. Is either you uh try to, like, you have a market with old incumbents, with old companies, old crusty rusty bureaucratic companies, and you come with your market, with your startup, to shake those, to become a more vigorous, energetic actor, to shake those guys up and take market shares from them. Or you go into a brand new area that nobody has any idea about what it's going to look like, but you go there first, and the VCs like to bet on maybe the next big player into a brand new market that will structure and crystallize in the future, right? Niche is better to be a top leader in a small niche. Yeah, for example, also, as long as the niche is big enough, right? Like, because of course, if the niche is small, then the VC will not be on board. And maybe you can probably bootstrap it yourself, especially if it's software. Niche, it's equal small area. Yeah, I mean, as long as the small area can become bigger, I guess the VC guys can be on board. It's just that, if you want to open a restaurant, the VCs are not going to fund your company. This is not big enough, right? Even small sometimes is better. Well, depends what kind of small. And it depends if you want to be funded by VC or not. If you want to be funded by VCs, you need to become you need to try at least to become the OpenAI, the Anthropic, the Stripe of your sector, right? If you just want to do your little, if you just want to do it Levels.io style, of course you don't need VC funding. You can just do bootstrapping, and that's enough. But that's what I'm doing. So yeah, but it's interesting. If you make a very good API that does a small thing very good, it can become a great product. Yeah, true. True. I mean, and there's also like ways to become big by starting small, right? Like, and even one of the advice, well, it's not relevant to the niche market, but it's relevant to the approach that first you need to, Paul Graham said you need to do things that don't scale at the beginning, just for the sake of being quick and energetic in your approach. Hello Tito, how are you? So yeah, higher the earning, higher the multiple. Winner, keep winning. Whether we're talking across sectors or individual winners, this isn't a 1x EV TAM kind of market. The biggest multiples are getting assigned to the big earnings day winner. Investors are paying for profit and not loss-making growth. That's a marked contrast from 2021, 2022, and .com. Adjusted for margins, multiples aren't even that high. S&P 500 price to book and ROE. Customer additional, customer stable, customer forward ROE, consensus for price to book ratio. Well, this is the kind of stuff that I'm not familiar with. S&P 500 versus hyperscalers and semi-scalers. Alphabet, ASML, Nvidia. Consensus forward price to book ratio, PE ratio, would imagine profit. Let me be reminded really quick about this. Explain the technical financial terms in this image, please. And what it says about the market. Saving some shit on my PC, then gonna migrate from Windows to Linux, I think. Oh, really? Great. Great. Which Linux distro are you going to take? Facebook started with hot or not. where you just choose if a woman was hot or not. Ah, yeah, true. But allow them to build an infrastructure and no coding was a very niche and false me. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, you can start small. Wait, I didn't. You can start small and grow big. It's just that, yeah, you know, you need to have. I mean, it depends, right? I guess you need to have just a slight idea about what, you know, and I guess the investors need to have a slight idea of how you could grow and extend laterally to other products or whatever. And then if the founders are good, they have a good resume, they have a good, if they are Stanford dropouts, that's the best, you know, and then they will just fund you. Allez, come on, GPT, you can do it. Well, I toggled extended thinking, maybe I should have to go take a shower and then go to the corner. Stay all cool. Yeah, okay, see you, Gokal. See you, see you. Eh ben, he's thinking. Tech is its own super cycle. Zooming out, those winners tend to be tech companies, and those tech companies have pulled far away from everybody else. Tech isn't just a subset of companies, it's increasingly the great companies, full stop. But is it a bubble? Tech itself is a model buster. Tech businesses broke the capital intensive paradigm for growth until the GVC growth and fixed investments scaled together. Selling more meant more stuff, more plants, and more people. Business cycles were highly correlated to fixed investments, especially for big things like housing, manufacturing, etc. But technology changed all that. From 2010 onwards, tech has delivered increasingly high margin revenues at unprecedented speed and scale. It looks expensive early, but tech surprises to the upside because it creates value far in excess of the physical investment typically required for growth. AI is a technological step change and it will only accelerate tech separation from the field. That's funny. Tech earnings have outstripped those of the global market. Yeah, that's funny. So it means, is there a point on basically investing only in tech? Even though I guess you will have to support a higher volatility. But yeah, this kind of trend is kind of cool. uh, this is until 2022 though. Stops at 2022. At A16Z, runtime late last year, we heard from Google that 7 8-year-old TPU are still running at 100% utilization. Jeff on it, demands it's real and spectacular. As token gets cheaper, consumption goes up. All the hyperscalers report demand well in excess of supply. No dark fiber. GPUs running near full capacity. Ah. Early 2000s, fiber optic cable, 7%. GPUs in AI data centers, 80%. Cloud revenue backlogs inflect upwards. Azure. Azure. Google Cloud. AWS. Total year Total percent year-over-year growth. Yeah, goes up, huh? 47%. Damn. Total tokens broken out by free versus paid. Price per token, including / excluding free. So the gray ones are the free tokens, and the paid tokens are these. Ah, interesting. Total blended price. It's crazy that the free, I guess those free tokens are mostly like ChatGPT and Gemini, right? Damn, there's a lot of free tokens being handed today, huh? The paid tokens are very small. And Jevon's paradox is certainly real this time around. The cheaper the tokens get, the more they're used, especially when indirectly monetized. Yeah, so if I remember correctly, Jevon's paradox is the guy that said that each time we increase our bandwidth capacity, there's always new ways that people find to fill up the new capacity, the new bandwidth with new services, new behaviors. Like when we went from 56K to the early internet where you could only load web pages. When we went to ADSL, now people created videos, right? Stream videos, and YouTube came out. And once we increased that to fiber optic, then streaming became a thing, right? So we always increase the bandwidth usage when we can. AI payback question. Current estimates put cumulative hyperscaler capex at nearly 4.8 trillion by 2030. Bon, voilà. Just doing a little napkin math to achieve a 10% hurdle rate on that 4.8 trillion investment, annual AI revenue would have to hit 1 trillion by 2030. Required AI-enabled revenue to meet return on capital targets. Annual AI compute enables revenue required in billion. Cumulative AI investments. 2020, 2030. The market has continuously underestimated AI ramp. Really? That's funny. Projected AI-enabled revenue in context. Percent global GDP, excluding China, 0.8%, 1%. Bon, I'm not sure what they mean here, but let me go back to this real quick. Alors, terms in the slide, earnings, S&P, ROE, return on equity, okay. Price to book, alors, book value is accounting equity on the balance sheet. High PB often means the market expects high profitability and or strong intangible value. Forward PE, how we price on earnings. How many dollars you pay today for $1 of next year earnings. An attempt to normalize PE for the fact that profit margins change over time. When margins are unusually high, a given PE can be less expensive than it looks, because earnings are structurally higher. Hyperscalers, mega cloud data platforms, so Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, Meta, semiconductor companies, NVIDIA, TSMC, SML, AMD. What are the charts saying? The slight takeaway. This is a profit-driven market, not a pay any price for growth market. Yeah, so it's very different from .com and 2021, 2022. 2021, 2022, was it like the infamous ZERPs, right? Zero interest rates. Slop like infinite money down the throat of as many startups. Like, is that what they mean by this? what Michael Siebel calls zerpies. Like it's a disease. Valuation is being justified in this framing by high expected return on equity and high expected margins. The hidden fragility, if margins or return on equity mean revert downwards, the same prices imply a higher true multiple and valuations can compress fast. Even if the headline market multiple feels rich, the slide argues it's largely explained by unusually strong expected profitability. So in a way, yeah, it's not that bubbly, right? That's what it says. The AI market is not as bubbly as the .com market has been. I guess that's what they mean, right? That's what we can infer from this. The market's expensive looking leaders are being priced as profit machines, not as pre-profit growth experiments. Interesting. The sector dots line up. The market is paying up for profitability, not just story time. Interesting. And I also would like an explanation of this now, but with standard thinking, please. Okay, now this one. So does it mean that the AI market is actually not as bubbly as the .com bubble came to be? Came out to be? How do you pronounce that? How do you formulate that? Came out to be? So even if the profitability is not just like as expected, a potential crash will not be as bad. Like, is the AI bubble more real than the .com bubble was? Allez, GPT 5.2, he really likes to think for a long time. Like, he's like, let me think about it. Let me think about it a bit more. It's an can this AI capex binge payback sanity check. Claims on the left, cumulative hyperscaler capex could reach 4.8 trillion by 2030. If investors' managements want a 10% hurdle rate required return on that capital, then annual AI revenue needs to be 1 trillion by 2030. That's framed as 1% of global GDP, excluding China. CapEx, capital expenditures, cash spent on long-lived assets, data center, GPU, networking power, not an expense. Immediately, it becomes assets on the balance sheet. Yeah. Depreciation. Reading the charts, meaning the bigger the capex pile, the more a recurring annual revenue AI must generate just to make the economics normal. Yeah. Yeah, true. Okay, so it means that they will have to generate some lots of revenue, right? In the next few years. Multiple forecast lines keep getting revised up versus the latest big five cloud capex, meaning spending is accelerating faster than prior expectations. The payback bar is rising while everyone is still arguing about use cases. Reframes, equivalent to $56 per month per global iPhone user at 1 trillion. In AI spending, I mean, to be fair, that's probably what I'm going to pay this month. I'm going to pay like one Claude subscription, $20, one ChatGPT plus $20, plus some open code tokens with Zen. I'm probably going to be at around $50 in AI credits this month. So, you know, not that crazy. I guess at the same time, the software engineers are very specific kind of customers for this industry, right? Meaning 1 trillion, but at the same time, I'm kind of poor software engineer. So I guess most other software engineers might pay way more than what I'm paying. 1 trillion per year isn't a nice business line. It's a new mega industry. What he says about the market is funding a gigantic fixed cost build out upfront, data centers plus GPUs. That's why we have all these shortages in RAM and stuff like that, for sure, and GPUs. The debate isn't is AI real? It's AI. Can AI monetization scale fast enough to justify the $4.8 trillion of capital by 2030? The slide implies a binary-ish outcome. If AI becomes a huge revenue layer, approaching $1 trillion per year, hyperscaler returns look defensible. If revenue lags, though, you can get pressure on hyperscaler margins / free cash flow, AI hardware demand, and valuations that assume the capex will earn attractive returns. Hyperscaler margins, free cash flow, AI hardware demand. Yeah, and valuation that assume the capex will earn attractive returns. If you want, I can translate their napkin math into a compact formula so you can see exactly which assumption and right. No, I just want you to answer this question. Not enough to conclude less bubbly from these slides. They argue the pricing logic is tied to profits and required returns, but the risk can still be large, just different in shape from the dot-com bubble moment. In the dot-com bubble, many public companies had little to no revenue, no clear unit economics. Valuations were often pure narrative. When funding liquidity changed, there was nothing to anchor prices. The crash was amplified by fragile business models and equity issuance at inflated prices. AI boom, today's mechanics. The biggest AI bets are being made by already profitable incumbents, hyperscalers plus mega cap platforms. A lot of the spend is capex, so data centers and GPUs, and that creates real assets but also fixed cost burden. Valuations for leaders are being justified by high expected return on equity and margins, right? And the payback debate is about whether revenues show up fast enough. That generally makes it less like dot-com's no fundamentals environment, but not automatically safe. Yes, of course, it's not safe, but it's a bit safer, no? If profitability disappoints, does that mean a smaller crash? Not guaranteed. Two key failure mode, multiple compression, equities. If AI revenue ramps slower than expected, the future profit stream shrinks. High multiple names can drop hard. Even profitable companies can lose 30 to 60% if expectations were too high. CapEx overhand, real economy plus supply chain. If hyperscalers cut CapEx, the shock propagates to semis, so semiconductor manufacturing people, company, networking, power, data center REITs. I don't know what that is. And then you want levered to AI build out. This can produce a mini cycle burst inventory order whiplash, even if end demand is real. So a disappointment can still be violent, just not identical to .com. More real than .com, in the sense that AI has already mass adoption, tools used daily, and the spend is backed by huge existing cash flows. Yes, it's more anchored than the 1999 era vaporware, but real tech can still be bubble pricing. Railroads were real, many railroad stocks still got obliterated. Same patterns can happen with AI. Real transformation plus overpriced claims about who captures the value. The crash magnitudes depends less on is AI real, but more on expectation gap. How far reality falls short of the implied ramp. I mean, yeah, that's just, basic economics, right? Concentration. The more the index is driven by a few AI leaders, the more index level downside if they re-rate. CapEx reversibility. If CapEx is easy to cut quickly, the cycle can swing hard, which is not going to cut quickly, right? Because as I've heard here, what they mean CapEx easy to cut. Is it like sell the data centers or sell the GPUs to the consumers again or something? Because if it's that, then it's not possible, right? Like it's not. The consumer GPUs are very different from data center GPUs, and even like the kind of RAM that they use in data centers are very different from the consumer RAMs. That's why consumer RAM is going to have a shortage, even if there's an AI bubble popping. Leverage. If the ecosystem is heavily debt funded, busts get uglier. This matter more in private markets, smaller public suppliers. Yeah, well, most of the debt right now, most of the investments are venture funded, not debt funded, I think. Bottom line, AI is more fundamental backed than .com was, especially because the leaders are profitable incumbent. This does not imply a mild crash if expectations break. It implies the bust would look like CapEx cycle plus multiple compression. Not everything was fake. Yeah, okay. So it means that even if the AI bubble pops, it will not be a crash, right? It will be a correction. It will be, Voilà. Hello, Cody. How are you? I'm reading some Andreessen Horowitz VC analysis of the AI market. It's quite interesting. The subject is, will the AI bubble pop or not? And basically, the conclusion is probably not the same way as the .com bubble because it's a bit more real. But of course, if the expectations are too far away from the realization, there will be a big correction. But it's I guess it's a bit better. The big question is whether AI monetization scales to meet the implied returns fast enough. If not, the downgrade can still be severe. Yeah, of course. If you want, I can map this as trace table. No. It's okay. That was pretty interesting. The TikTok thing, does anyone mention how the US versus world thing works? Like the US now control the US users only, right? Yes. I mean, for the TikTok stuff, what I understand is that it just seems very similar to what the Western companies usually have to do when they want to enter an Asian market, for example, or a foreign market. It's like they have to associate, like for the longest time when the Western companies delocalized their activities or implanted themselves in China or Indonesia or the Philippines or whatever, they always had to create a joint venture with the local actor to be able to do business in the country. It seems like something similar in a, but it's just that for the first time it's the reverse. It's now a Asian company or Chinese here that, you know, to operate in a Western company has to make a joint venture, which is funny to me. Maybe it's just a sign that China has reached like, modern Western level development, right? Like if now even the West, with the Western governments, asks for the powerful Chinese companies to create joint ventures to be able to operate in the in a Western economy, it's like, okay, now maybe we're at the same level now, because before it was only the Western companies that had to do that had to create joint ventures in the Asian countries. I think it's the first time that the reverse has happened. So it seems to me like a very rushed version of that, like, because obviously there's no official laws that mandates this, but maybe it's just the first rushed example of something that could become more prevalent in the future. When big Chinese companies want to implant themselves into some Western markets, because before the Chinese companies and all the other companies were not required to do that, because we went from the principle that, yeah, the West is rich and we don't care or whatever. But now that the Chinese companies are also rich and modern and technologically advanced and influential, maybe it's time. Interesting. So they are figuring out what the EU decided before forcing like data locality. I mean, I think it's even more than just data regulations. Here, it's really like, since it really seems like, it's a joint venture. So basically, it will allow American actors to, meddle into the US activities of TikTok, basically, to maybe, scoop in some, intelligence, American CIA intelligence stuff, maybe grab some technology, some, view of how the servers work or whatever, how the algorithms work, like basically what because, one of the motivations behind developing countries forcing the Western companies to create joint ventures in their own market was to allow local actors to, be able to peek into the internal affairs of the joint venture, including the Western partner, to be able to copy them or to get inspiration, right, from the operations that they could now be associated with, right? It just seems very similar. Yeah. But selectively for corruption. I don't know about that. And that's funny because, so basically, I think this push to, you know, uh, this push to make TikTok more US, to force TikTok to become more American, right? Part American, was first pushed by Trump on its first term. And then it was confirmed by Biden, because Biden actually signed a law to make this happen, specifically. And then Trump, confirmed it again. So, it seems to be like a cross-partisan move here. Seems to be a very rushed, like improvised move, but it seems to be, something that we might see more in the future, I guess. Interesting. Next topic. Yeah, funny story. I thought Microsoft is using Claude Code internally while selling you Copilot. I think that's funny. The 500 million anthropic relationship that reveals what Raymond really thinks about AI coding tools. According to The Verge, Microsoft told employees across its Windows, Microsoft 365, Teams, Bing, Edge, and Surface division to install Claude Code. That's a bit annoying for them, right? That's like, wow. A competing AI coding tool built by Anthropic, not as a curiosity and neither a one-off experiment. Instead, it was poised as serious. It was poised as a serious internal tool to be tested alongside the company's own GitHub Copilot. So, I mean, look, if all of the AI coding CLIs and tools can get as good as Claude Code, that would be great. Like, please, everybody copy Claude Code because, you know, I've been using Codex from like the last few days. And even though Codex also output good codes, the fucking CLI is not as nice and it does not feel as good as Claude Code. You know, Claude Code for some reason feels very good. The way also like it's, you know, it's not too verbose. It's just like the correct amount of verbosity, you know, in how they present the thinking tokens and you know, sub age and like tasks that the agent is doing. You know, like Codex in, for example, Codex like always throws these huge piles of like thinking fucking tokens at me. And I'm like, my dude, I'm not reading that. And at the end, after the big pile of there's like a small summary, and I would just like something in the middle, and that's what Claude Code does. Like the steps are just one line, and at the end you have like a sizable, you know, not too big but not too small, you know, summary of what it did. Yeah. If you're wondering why Microsoft knows that you don't, you're asking the right question. Both looking deeper in both companies' business interests. It kind of makes sense long term if you check their mutual commitment right now. Ah, it stops here. The same GitHub Copilot that Microsoft has spent years positioning as the future of software development, the same tool that generated over 40% revenue growth in Q4 2024. Same product they're actively selling to a company right now. Dang. The smallest steps in Claude is what I dislike and others love. Really? Really? That's what I think is I like. Yeah. Is it that? Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, like Codex to me is a bit. And also, like Codex shows you the thinking tokens, but it does not actually show you like, you know, a processed reasoning about what it's doing and why it's doing it. Whereas Claude is more doing this than Codex, for example. So like, you know, when Codex throws at me like these gigantic verbose like thinking tokens about, oh yeah, the user is thinking about this and then also thinking about this and then also and then so in this case we can think about this. You know, I'm like, oh, that's that's noisy. You know, I would just like to have like, okay, I found this and I did this because of this. Okay, good, thank you. That's all I need. You know, and maybe you can be a bit longer in this final summary. But I don't need those thinking tokens being thrown at me like come on. Yeah. Next topic. Oh yeah, and Amazon is cutting more people from Amazon job cuts to affect AWS retail HR unit. CEO Jassy attributes cuts to company culture, not financial or AI reasons. That's funny. A second round of job cuts next week as part of its broader goal of trimming some 30,000 corporate workers. Ah, yes, in the corporate, not in the factories, right? So they're going to cut 14 30,000 white collar jobs, about half of the 30,000 target first reported by Reuters. The total this time is expected to be roughly the same as last year and could begin soon as Tuesday, the people said, who asked not to be identified because they were not authorized to discuss Amazon's plan. At the end of Antigrav, it makes a user walk through. Ah, yes, maybe I need to test anti-gravity again. Because I tried anti-gravity at the very beginning when they just released it. And it was fine, but not great. And so maybe I should try it again, yeah. I guess next month I will switch from the ChatGPT Plus subscription to Gemini AI Pro just to try it. Because I guess, Codex is good, but it doesn't feel good. And it's also very long, but I guess I expected that. Starts with the plan, made a task list in the middle, and finishes with the user walkthrough. Last couple of days, people have lots of issues. Somehow, I have less of these issues. I'm guessing it's time related. I mean, I also had some issues with Gemini. Like Gemini sometimes just outputs weird stuff. Like for example, bon, I only get those weird stuff with the beginning of anti-gravity. I guess because it was the beginning. But like a few days ago, I asked a question about like Mr. Beast thumbnails, because I need to do the thumbnails for my YouTube video. And he started talking about something that I didn't ask. And then I asked it like, hey, why are you talking about this? I didn't ask you this. And Gemini answered, oh yeah, sorry, it's just that Mr. Beast has had like problem, some drama or some articles about like some investigation that people did on his sets, video sets or whatever, and now it's talking about this a lot. Oh yeah, but yeah, you didn't ask me that. I don't know why I did that. Oops, sorry. And I was like, yeah, okay, that's weird. Like Gemini mentioned something related to Mr. Beast, but that I did not ask for. I was like, yeah. It's funny because like Gemini 3 Pro is topping all the charts of the benchmarks, but I've seen a lot of people, you know, from time to time they have these weird like hallucinations or from Gemini, even though it's pretty good most of the time, but just sometimes it twitches. Like, AI models do that randomness to some degree. Claude the least, which I understand why people like. Yeah, I've never had that with Claude. With GPT, not recently. I remember having that with like 4 sometimes, or GPT 4.0 sometimes. I see how the theory Claude is just the most obedient and focused. Yes, probably. Yeah. It does follow the instructions very well. Like for example, I asked it and like it's something that, for example, I always failed to do with ChatGPT. Well, maybe I didn't try recently, but I get like I wrote an article by just like my first article on my blog, and I just like typed like crazy everything that I had in my mind without any structure, but like I just typed like an article's worth of words, and I still wanted the sentences and how I formulated certain sentences to stay. I just wanted the Claude to reorganize and maybe fix the weirdest sentences. And when I asked, and typically I remember when every time I asked this to GPT-4, GPT-4o, or even GPT-5, I guess, it was always changing too much, you know, of my style and the way my sentences were written. You know, it was rewriting too much, you know, and that was very annoying, even though it's just text, you know, basic text stuff that should have been done like since GPT 3.5. So I was always frustrated by this. And so lately for this article, I asked Claude to, you know, reorganize my text just to try to see if it could respect what I asked it, you know, to not change the syntax and the style of the sentences and just, you know, fix the weirdest ones. Like, you know, there was 3 to 4 sentences that were just weirdly formulated, maybe add a point there and reformulate a bit. And it did a pretty good job. And it did keep, you know, like I was satisfied with the result. It didn't touch much of my style and writing. It just reorganized, you know, the location of the paragraphs basically, and rewrote some very long sentences that, you know, I just spit it out, you know. That was so, and it was a good. So, you know, Claude is actually pretty good at, yeah, as you say, respecting the instructions, you know, that you tell it, like don't do that, don't rewrite, don't that that's a nice thing to know. I also noticed that Gemini 3 Pro is very good at solving like very intricate CSS styling issues. Like, you know, when you have like different stuff on top of each other, styling with like transparency and blah blah blah. It's very good at solving. And I actually solved some styling issues with this arrow here, you know, that goes up and down like this, you know. There was some styling issues that I had with CSS to animate this arrow. And Gemini 3 Pro was Claude failed. I think it was 5.1 that failed, but Gemini 3 Pro solved. So, you know, it's pretty good. So yeah, Amazon to cut more jobs. Yeah, new vulnerabilities in Vite, improper access control vulnerability. Vite is a front-end tooling, no? Non-allowed file. The apps explicitly exposing the Vite dev server to the network are affected. Okay. So yeah, don't expose your Vite to the network or just update. Versa orchestration platform is vulnerable to an authentication bypass in the Traffic reverse proxy configuration. I remember Traffic allowing an attacker to access administrative endpoints. Prettier. Damn. Right, it's easy. I forget it's hard at times. Yeah. I don't. But on the other hand, I feel Gemini includes more things that should be done. More things that should be done, but weren't explicitly mentioned that Claude would avoid. Yeah, I mean, it does feel like Gemini's, you know, like might be smarter on some weird stuff that Claude fails at. You know, like Claude seems to be a very, you know, like standard, you know, kind of reliable little machine. Gemini seems to be like a bit more, you know, weird and gigantic, and it could be smart at things that you don't expect or something. It's easy, I forget how at times. I don't know if it's about difficulty, but I remember sometimes 5 tries in with GPT-5 to fix CSS, and I've never had to ask Gemini and Antigraph more than once yet. Yes, I mean, I guess Gemini might be just good at fixing CSS styling. The problem nowadays is more model plus tool, not always sure who to blame. Yeah, true. With Antigraph, I have way higher level of verification. It says user verification. I say no, you go check. Yeah. And it loops verification and fixing, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's something that I also was annoying with the OpenAI models. It was always it was back when it was GPT-4. It was before GPT-5. But I'm wondering how much they still got this in GPT-5. You know, like there was a tendency to the OpenAI models to say like, oh yeah, you need to go do that, and I was like, no, bitch, you're going to do it. You know. Like, oh yeah, this is going to take 2 days for somebody to develop it. No, no, no. We're doing it tonight. We have 2 hours. This kind of stuff. And usually Claude Code does not do that. Like Claude Code, there's, do you want me to do it? Yeah, let's go. Prettier 8.10, 9.1, 10.10 has embedded a malicious code for a supply chain compromise. Installing an affected package executes an install JS file that launches the node gyp.dll malware on Windows. Oh fuck. Don't use Prettier on Windows, I guess. Oh damn. That sucks. A malicious developer has injected code to send credit card numbers to the developer's own email address. Wow. Damn. Sinacor Zimbra collaboration suit PHP remote file inclusion vulnerability. Antigraph is using the full Linux CLI, so it can try to start up a new server. Kill the old server, use curl to get the page, or use its Chrome browser and check for console errors, check DOM, click buttons. Ah, yeah, that's pretty cool. I think that cursor also try to do that. I'm not sure how is the feature, but yeah, I guess Antigraph might be better at this since Google is Chrome, but I'm not sure how. Google also seems to be a very compartmentalized kind of company, where teams don't talk to each other. But I guess if the Antigraph team would talk to the Chrome team, they would be able to do some cool stuff. I hope they do. I don't think Cursor starts and kills servers. Yeah, I don't know. I think I stopped using Cursor just when they added the browser feature, so I don't even know anymore. A local file inclusion vulnerability exists in the webmail classic of UI of Zimbra collaboration because of improper handling of user supplied request parameter and authenticating. Oh, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the prime, Nat. How are you? What is this? A secret button? Yes, it's a secret button. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the prime, Nat. Yeah, you see, there is the the yes, it's there. It has been validated. The emote. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, you opened the chair too. I can do this all day. Oh damn! Wow, it's my first bit. It's my first cheer bits. Bit cheers bits. You are the first now, Nat. Nat, now you are the first. You are the top cheer. The top cheer bitser. Top cheers. Ah voilà, weekly top cheerers. Nat. Oh boy! What? I can't hear you. There is so much confettis. I said you are the top cheerer, Nat. Damn, with 2 beats. Wow. Thank you very much, Nat, for the beats and for the prime. That's so nice of you. Thank you very much. Oh my god, that's fine. You are crazy. You are on a streak. You are what's happening? Wow, you are doing the hype train without you are the hype train yourself. Oh my god. I can do this all day. Yes, please do. Please do. You know, it's pretty cool. Thank you for the 5 beats. Ah, the you you will put three E's. Thank you for the beat. For the beat, for the beat, for the beat. Every beat, Petit streams for another 10 minutes. Exactly. We start the hackat the athon, the marathon, the subathon. We start the beatathon. It's a beatathon, you know? Thank you again for the 1 beat. Thank you again for the 1 beat. Oh my god, it's not he can't stop. Look. It's never stopping now. Wow. How much 1 bit to crash your alerts? I don't know. What, just one way to find out, Nat. One way to find out, you know? Can I do this for real? I was just messing, but yeah, I mean, I think it's like this alert is not even managed by me, you know, it's managed by Twitch. So I guess it's fine. I guess you will not be able to crash it because it's not managed by me, you know, it's managed by Twitch. So I guess you know. Voilà, thank you for the 1 beat. 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 We will wait for the new. Ah, yeah, so it's every. Ah, voilà. Maybe it's like every 15 seconds or something. Yeah, we will have 10 minutes of beats alerts now. Thank you for the 1 beat, Nat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, we'll stop. Thank you for the 1 beat, Nat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god, 30? Damn! Thank you for the 30 beats. Thank you for the 30 beats. Ah yeah, because the wait, I need to have a dark I need to have it. Voila. Now you can see clearly because on the white pages it doesn't work. Voila, 1 beat, 1 beat, 1 beat, 1 beat. Oh, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? Sorry. Thank you for the what beat? Thank you for the 1 beat again. It's really loud. Yes, I know, but you wanted this. Thank you for the 1 beat again. I'm wondering if it's like on the replay. If you play back, do you have the music or not? Do you have the alert music? I'm not sure. Because I do hear it, so I guess it's. Thank you for the 30 beats. Oh my god. Oh my god, that Nat is rich. He's just, you know, he's just rinsing me with his money. So nice of you, Nat. So nice. Thank you very much, Nat, for all the beats. How many beats did you offered 50 beats? You offered 50 beats today. That's crazy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nat, for the 50 beats. That's crazy. Yeah, so PHP vulnerability somewhere. And last one, if you do it to a strip, I can give you more, a lot of bits. You will be rich. We will organize that, okay? Later, next stream. Yeah, I'll do that. Take off your glasses. Take off beauty. Now it makes me think about another kind of content, you know, another kind of live streams. You know, there are some live streams where people talk like that. You know, you probably have a VOD track set and it doesn't have the desktop audio. The sound is on the desktop audio. Yeah, probably. Probably. I mean, I know that I'm not sending the desktop audio to the VOD, but since this is managed by Twitch, I'm not sure because it's not managed within OBS, so I'm not sure. I guess, yeah, I guess it might not be on the VOD. Yeah. I've shared the clip. It doesn't have the sound. It seems. Okay. Yeah, so it makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. So it's yeah. Okay. Actually, I need to see your feet now. Yes, sir. I think you're not. This is not this kind of stream, my dear sir. You know, I don't have a love ends on this stream. Sorry, I don't have the love ends. Yeah, sorry, this is not the correct. Yeah, but continue giving. Maybe we'll get it. You know, I love when you give me all your money. It's very positive. Okay. What do you mean? You need more to do it? Yes, exactly. I need more. Yes, give me everything you have, okay? And maybe something will happen, maybe. Okay? Maybe at some point something will happen. We never know. Okay? It's like gambling, you know? You know it's like a gamba, you know? Oh, I understand. You are this kind of girl. Exactly. You got it. You got it. You know? You reading me like in an open book. That's crazy, Nat. Damn, thank you for the beats, huh? 90 beats already. That's crazy. Thank you very much. Leaked password again. 149 million passwords for Gmail, Facebook, Instagram, and other popular services exposed online. How to stay safe after the major leak. Published 18 hours ago. So that's fairly recent. This wasn't a data breach. They didn't break into Google or Meta's system or steal your data from the inside. Instead, this new data leak involves a massive collection of stolen passwords accumulated by info stealing malware. Oh, thank you again for the 10 bits. Now I don't have bits anymore. Sorry, guys, to do a lot of sound interrupt the program. Good evening. How are you? Don't worry, Nat. You can interrupt the stream however you want. Okay. There is no problem, you know. Thank you very much for the 10 bits. Hey, you offered 100 bits. Look, now you where is it? Here, maybe from you. You are the first 100 bits. That's crazy. Thank you, Nat. It's the first time somebody offers bits, you know, on this channel. So it's pretty cool. I'm dominating this shit. Exactly. You are dominating the charts, Nat. You are the you know, you are the top bitser. You're the top bitser of the channel. Congrats. Congrats, Nat. According to a new report from ExpressVPN, cybersecurity researchers Jeremiah Fowler recently discovered an exposed database online that contained approximately 149 million unique logins and passwords across 96 gigabytes of raw data. The students' credentials also came with links that point back to which service or platform they've used to access. So it's like a consolidated database, something. Worse still, if a victim reused the same password across multiple accounts, the fallout from this leak could be even worse since hackers will likely try those login details across multiple sites and services, likely through automation. Yeah. So if you have exposed accounts by service, Gmail, Facebook, Instagram, Yahoo, Netflix, Outlook, iCloud, TikTok, Binance, OnlyFans. So if you have a password that you are reusing among any of those websites, you need to change it because somebody probably has it. Yeah. Info stealing malware is designed to do exactly what it implies, steal info. Recording keystrokes, stealing your passwords, all of this information, then repackage and send back to the hacker that deployed this malicious software in the first place. By the way, I know that no one cares, but I finished the third Super Mario. Why? What is the third Super Mario? Super Mario. What is the name of the game? But congrats. Do you, by the way, have you decided which kind of video you're going to do about the Mario games? You wanted to make a video at some point, I remember. And Fowler discovered exposed database filled with stolen credentials. He tried to figure out who owned it, but there was no info available. As such, he did the next big thing by directly contacting the hosting provider. No. Yeah. Cool. Okay, now tech news ended. Go back to chill coding now. What am I going to code? I will do an analysis. Okay, about the video. I have no idea what I'm doing. I will show my progress. Yeah, in the games, in the Super Mario games. Very cool. Me, right now I need to code. I need to update my little Blender plugins because I still have work to do on those. I still have work to do on my little Blender add-ons. I think I'll use Claude or Codex. Codex. Oh, the annoying thing with Codex is that at every session I need to set the approvals to full access just to have it search on the internet. That's so annoying. I guess there's the way to command or something to make it, but I don't want to type the command. My second idea is good too. I will play learn assembly and try to make a game using assembly, trying to make a game with less than 1 MB of size, like the Mario games. I mean, yeah, that would be interesting, an interesting video. Yeah, I'm sure lots of nerds would like to see this video. Yeah, like the title, I made Super Mario in assembly. That's pretty cool. Nerds, well, yeah. I thought some chicks could could watch. So forget this idea. No, only nerds. Only nerds. I mean, some nerds are girls, right? Some nerds are girls, but most nerds are not girls, unfortunately. But some are. Maybe keep the idea though. Yeah. Hello. I need to make some changes in the Blender. Ah, yeah. So in the playback add-on, add an empty cache button because I have so many add-ons. I have 5 add-ons in Blender. I have, you can see there. I have one add-on to like process the audio, check the LUFS sound for the sound level of the videos. One add-on to make the captions. One add-on to do a fast playback because you can't do that by natively on Blender. An add-on to cut the silences and cut the strips, you know. One, I even made a smart condenser that based on the captions on the timeline in Blender, they can, like the LLM chooses the most relevant parts and creates a new set of strips below that is like a condensed version of the, you know, of the segment. It's pretty cool. I always dreamt about that. And a transform add-on to transform lots of strips at the same time. I have so many. I've made so many things, guys. It's crazy. I have so many add-ons on Blender. And Blender is so flexible because it's all scriptable. You can do all kinds of cool stuff with it. And I use Whisper, and I use FFmpeg, and I use all kinds of stuff. I use even I think the Microsoft free API for something I don't even remember because it's all working nice. So I'm lazy. I'm trying to change my life. So the video are part of this, but a very slow and lazy guy. Yeah, don't worry. It's okay. As long as you look, it's like me. Look, I have published. Did I tell you? I think I told you last time. I have published my first video. I have another one that I should publish tonight because I just need to do the editing is done. I just need to do the. Yeah, I showed you. I just need to do the thumbnail again. Finally. But I'm also slow. Look, my objective was to publish at least one clip per day, one or two, at least one. But I'm not close to that now. I hope I will be next week, But with these add-ons, I will be able to, I think. Even if the clips might be a bit shitty compared to fully manual editing. But just the condenser, like LLM-based, caption-based condenser, pretty cool. In the playback button, scripts in Blender, add an empty cache button to allow to flush the cache of the fast playback to be able to record again a new cache to like make a new cache without overwriting the present one and make sure all is good. Not sure if it's already happening, but if a cache is already present and I click again on the button to prepare the playback, this cache should be emptied first and then fill the new cache. In case, check Blender 5.0 docs online, just in case, for code correctness. Up. I was writing the script. Maybe I will give it. I will give up soon. Don't give up, Nat. It's okay. It's better to be slow but do the thing at the end than wanting to be fast but giving up. You know, in a way. In my activity feed, I have all your bits notifications now. I can only see your bits. I have just not crazy. I'm gonna do a micro nap because I talk too much with the tech news. 30-second naps. Nap. I'm also to wait for codecs because it's very slow. Don't die, petit. No, I don't die. I sleep. I nap. I'm napping. I'm napping a little bit. GS heavy. What does he mean by this? Trash. Ah, alors, for a minute, added a dedicated cache flush operator and UI button. Prepare audio cache proactively delete any existing cache file for the target speed. So generation starts clean. Updated scripts in Blender via start to increase cache clear helpers. The new sequencer clear fast playback operator and a spread and splash clear. As a bump to the version. I attempted to fetch the Blender clear the file, but the static HTML didn't expose the sound and mix downstream matrix details. I couldn't confirm parameters there. Really? The mix and change. File updated, next steps, yeah. Let me try. What am I going to try? I'm wondering if I can do that while I'm streaming. I never tried. Yes, it's 3 minutes long. Alors, let me back. Let's go back and install and reinstall. Fast playback. Okay. And we go here. Voilà, prepare audio, empty cache. Prepare audio. Processing audio. Because I did that because I can't play, I can't like play the playback at 2x speed without speeding up the strips. But I don't want to speed up the strips. I just want to speed up the speed of the playback. But it's not possible without this add-on. Oh, wait, you don't even see it. It's there. It's this. My little add-on. Yeah, all my add-ons, you know? Silent, transform, captions, don't dance. Can use the model I want. I can set up the duration. Oh, that's so nice. You imagine imagine I have a 10 or 20 minute. Oh, I need to update this. Imagine I have a 10. Oh yeah, I'm not watching all German cartoons openings. Huh? What am I doing? I am modifying my Blender add-ons. Voilà. I can finish Super Mario. Well, I want to play something. I can finish Super Mario World in 40 minutes, or I can play another thing. What do you want to do next? And so, so basically with this add-on here, I know that, imagine I have this that like, maybe it's, well, imagine I have like I'm yapping for 20 minutes, let's say. And I don't want to go through the hassle of editing, to rewatch, edit out each sentence out of the, timeline. I can just use this and the LLM with the captions generated by another add-on. It can read and select the good strips and make a shorter version. I'm very happy with myself. Let's see if it works now. Ready. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not the good one. Fuck. There's one thing that I need to modify is that it's the wrong scene that it always chooses. Oh, I need to change to the scenes that took space at the time. It's annoying. I don't know, Petit. I know I asked this before, but why not DaVinci Resolve? Because DaVinci Resolve is not as extensively scriptable. You cannot write like the entirety of the functionality of DaVinci Resolve is not uh, nicely available in a Python API, whereas the entirety of the Blender functionalities are available through their Python API, which allows me to do these kinds of things, you know, like adding functionalities very easily by adding my own add-ons that Claude Code or Codex have made, you know. And that's why I can make Whisper go in and generate the captions here, you know, like these are the captions, you know, you know, it's the captions that were generated by Whisper, and I just click a button inside Blender and it calls Whisper, it analyzes all the audio and it generates the caption. And I made another add-on to, based on the caption, generate like a condensed version. You know, that's so great. That's so good. And I can also like auto cut, you know, like each strip like this, I can auto cut based on the silences. That's so nice. I don't have to do it myself, you know. I don't have to. And I know there's probably either paid features or plugins in, you know, DaVinci Resolve or whatever. But since the DaVinci Resolve API, first, not everything that I want to interact with here is available in the DaVinci Python API. And second, it's not at all well documented. So it's very annoying if you want to develop some scripts for DaVinci Resolve. And also, most of the scripting is actually in DaVinci Studio. So you need to pay, you know? So that's also annoying, whereas Blender is free. So, you know, Blender is just better in this sense because Blender is free. The API is very well documented, and the API, the Python API, actually covers the entirety of the functionality. Like, if you want, you can do everything with the Python API in Blender, whereas you cannot do that in DaVinci Resolve. So, you know, it's very cool. Okay, now, voilà. Voilà. Well, it works. Very cool. Why generate thumbnail? I know. I changed this. Yeah. So this up, up. Generate the commit. Cache clear the button. Okay, now that's one thing done. Done. Now I need to, yes, I need to align the current scene. I'm just going to copy paste this. I need you to solve this with all plugins actually, with all add-ons present in the script in Blender add-on folder. It affects the selected scene for all add-ons here. Try to present me with an approach, a good approach to solve this problem. I need to align the current selected scene in the scene properties panel. The sequencer scene selected, not the properties. Sometimes one scene in a sequencer will actually act on edit, trips, etc. And another scene selected in the scene properties panel, and I can't apply the feature because the property scene is actually driving the add-on here, and the wrong scene is selected. So I get a no strip selected message. Well, yeah, because I'm selecting strip between the scene in the sequencer and the current one. Everything is important. That's so annoying. Can you make sure that the one scene I'm interacting with in the sequencer switch the scene focus inside the scene properties panel instead of me having to switch scene 2 times for this works properly. Okay. Hey, wait. Search online for the relevant docs for Blender 5.0 to make sure your approach is correct for the Python API of the VSC. Ah, this is actually very annoying, but I hope it finds something. If I so active scene in the sequencer and the scene shown in the properties panel. Not in Blender's context, that scene reflect the active scene, but the sequencer can be spared strip from different scene via string strips and the space setting. I need to carefully align which scene to use based on context and UI state. Considering the VSC is per scene, but scenes can be switched in various places. In the sequencer area, and override the context active using the sense space data coding differences from data to the things focus the properties panel sequences area C like match sequencer. Yes, next I'll verify this behavior if I don't know but I don't and back present for they get active scenes. And you know what I said about DaVinci Resolve and the Python API is also it's also the same thing, and I guess even worse for the KDE Live, which is like the Linux video editor by default. KDE Live also has a pretty badly documented Python API that also doesn't recover, that doesn't cover most of the KDE Live's functionalities. It's just that usually most of those automation API, Python API stuff in these video editors are linked to saving the files in different formats or whatever, which is a very, very specific and niche thing to do, you know? And I don't care really about saving my files in 1,000 different resolution and formats, you know? But I came to realize this is mostly what these APIs are for in most other video editors than Blender. And it sucks because it means that you cannot automate the actual editing with code, even though we have lots of tools today to do that, you know. um, you still have to do everything manually with those you know, with DaVinci and KG Live. And even though I guess they are starting to opening themselves to integrating plugins and, you know, AI stuff, it's still very long, and just the beginning, you know, and they're not very willing to add this aggressively as I would like. Um, so yeah, Blender is great for that. I can understand, yeah. Yeah, and you know, I just came to realize that basically, yeah, DaVinci Resolve and to an you know, Adobe Premiere too is very it's tools, it's professional tools, you know, that are usually used inside a, you know, Hollywood like pipeline, you know, where like everything needs to be manually crafted and very nicely, you know, done with very much care, you know, with people who have like, you know, it's the kind of tool that you, that the heavy, you know, the big professionals in the field, you know, they have like those all those like specific tablets or whatever to do the color corrections and the color grading and whatever, you know, like they have like several tablets, big desks with like 5 different tablets to do the color grading and all that stuff. And so yeah, it's all about manual fine tuning, you know. And yeah, it's just that those tools are just not made for automation, you know, at the base. Yeah. But funnily enough, since Blender is you know, not taking itself too seriously when it comes to video editing, and it is pretty flexible and pretty scriptable, it's actually the perfect and it since Blender, you know, is not actually heavily imprinted with the mark of these Hollywood pipelines, you know, that are very specific and that have a very, you know, kind of approach to them, the kind of approach that was already there in the 2000s, right? Like it's a 200 you know, like basically the Adobe Premiere is still made for the people who, you know, started to make movies in Hollywood in the 2000s or at the end of the 90s, you know, when 3D was just starting to, you know, like to computers were just starting to be able to do serious stuff. And you can see that even in the way Adobe Premiere and DaVinci Resolve is designed, it's actually very similar to what these guys had even before the modern computers, you know, like with analog stuff, you know. And basically they have all this legacy into their software design that unfortunately is not very compatible with the kind of automation that we can have today, you know. It's not made for that. But thank God there is Blender that doesn't have these kinds of legacy, you know, design, or at least less, and it's way more flexible. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm still doing this. I need to change something. Mm. Yeah. And you know, like I'm sure that the same way in the software development field, lots of professionals are very skeptical about AI tools, and they're like, they're never going, it's it's AI slop or whatever. I'm sure that most, and of course it's not perfect, but I'm sure that I'm pretty sure that a lot of the users of Adobe Premiere and DaVinci would actually be pretty opposed to the inclusion of AI features into their tools, because I'm sure that they see themselves, they take themselves very seriously, and they take their skills very seriously, and they wouldn't allow the the petty AI slop to contaminate their workspace. Um, I'm sure there's probably an aspect of this in why DaVinci Resolve and Adobe Premiere is not very integrated with all the AI tools, because like at this point the Whisper has been there for a long time. How many years? 3 years, 4 years? It's been released by OpenAI a long time ago, before ChatGPT. you know and they still don't have a native tool. Well, I guess Photoshop does use image gen now, because they just have to, right? But since editing is less, yeah, it's more about, yeah, I don't know. And also, I guess the few AI infused features they have, it's paid, right? It's all paid because you need to pay for the servers, right? I just use I just use the free API from Grok with the Q for my Whisper stuff. I don't even pay. The Grok with the Q has a really, really big free tier, because like I can generate captions on like especially when I was testing my stuff, and I was modifying and I was rerunning the add-on every few minutes. I must have generated the equivalent of an hour of captions, and I didn't. I was not charged. It was free, but the equivalent, they tell you how many you spend in tokens, even though you don't pay. It's like 10 cents. 10 cents for 1 hour of speech of speech transcript. 10 cents. It's not a lot. Huh? I finished Super Mario World. Very nice. I like DaVinci. I'm using Linux and Windows now. Yeah, I mean, for sure, I understand. DaVinci is a good tool, It's a good editing tool, but it's a very good editing tool for, yeah, manual editing. It's not made for automation editing. But yeah, I think DaVinci Resolve is used all around the editing industry, and it's used everywhere. Yeah. So there's a reason for that, of course. It's a very good tool. eBay is doing lots of modification. Sync security to playback function. Ah, yeah, because he's modifying every add-on. Ah, yeah. Keep syncing title operators. Signals to your channel to the dates. Still coming through this topic. You should change operations with the current approach. Key operation should already keep the properties but aligned without having sync in every update. So we'll call I confirm syncing session. Especially when selecting strips reoperators. Updating certain functions to use the new output for trading strips. Codex seems to be very good at long running tasks, right? Like when there's lots of things to do. Or at least when it does the long running tasks, it thinks more about each task than Claude would, I guess. And I guess there's some good, niceties at having lots of thinking tokens, or at least that's what the benchmarks tends to show. So that might be nice. I've reviewed, worked for 14. Alors, aligned, each VSC add-on to resolve the active sequencer scene and switch the current window scene before accessing strips settings. So the scene properties panel follow the scene you're actually editing. And the no strip selected false negative goes away. I added a small helper in each add-on to find a sequencer window, prefers one with selected strips, and then sync context video scene and wires it into a praise with a reconnects detail and file touch. I syncing sequencer per selecting each add-on and invoked it in operator entry points to ensure scene focus is correct. Updated strip selection helpers and key operators executes to use the sync scene before acting on strips or per scene settings, notably audio caption silence transform fast playback. Docs consulted. Execute use the sync scene. Paste, no. If you want follow-ups, okay. Just to be sure, the resolving switching check only happens when the add-on panel on the sequencer is activated, right? Like, since I often use all 5 add-ons that I think concurrently, one after the other. I hope there is not 5 which is each time I interact with the sequencer from each album doing its thing independently all at the same time. Right. Alors, sync occurs only when the operator executes and during limited polling, not continuously or in the background. Panel drawing remains unchanged except for specific cases and fast playback. Stops setting updates. Offering an option to centralize sync for simplicity. Short answer, it only runs when you trigger an add-on operator and a couple of poll checks. There's no background timer and no continuous switching, so you won't get 5 events which all the time. It's only flips when you pick a button or run an operator from one of the add-ons. Execute. Okay. Well, that's a big change, huh? Let me check. Iter sequence written strips need check position selected strip in the VSC. Sync sequencer. Sync the active Windows scene to the sequencer scene if needed. If needed. Context window coverage scene. Context video scene. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Also, like the Blender API is so simple, well named. You know, everything everything is exactly as it is in the UI. Like if you want to find a function or a property of something, you just type like you just search for what's in the UI and you can very easily find this. It's so nice, you know. It was just very well. Yeah, it's a well designed Python API. I mean, yeah, okay. It's not that big. Yeah, it's not okay. This should work, huh? Yeah, so now I need to install everything. Up, 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 up. Yeah. Install, 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 install. Voilà, audio and playback in strip and smart and caption in silence is 6. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Okay, so now let's say I want to generate the, now let's empty the cache. Let's say I am in, so I just came from the clip V, which is the vertical version, right? And I switch to clip H and I want to prepare the audio for this. Audio cached for. Hmm? So does it work? No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I finished all Mario's 2D. Now I just need to finish the 3D ones. The 3D ones? Like Super Mario Sunshine and all that stuff? It's going to take, like Super Mario 64? That's going to take you a while, no? Oh, wow. That's going to take you a while, no? Yeah, this is why I'm saying I will take a time and probably give up. Okay. Maybe you can do a video just on the Mario, on the 2D Marios. You know, it will be a big enough video, I think, you know? It doesn't show the entire key. Ah. It bugs. The overlay is bugged. Doesn't work. I need to do that. No. I have already 3 or 4 hours of videos. Damn. But the point of the video is I finished Mario Odyssey. Why not play all the Marios? Like 2D Marios I played before. The 3D I never played. You never played? Mario 64? You never played? Damn. Mario 64 I played for 4 hours maybe. Oh wow. Hey, okay, interesting. Hey, Mario 64 was like the game I played a lot when I was like 5 years old, you know? When I was 5 years old, I played a lot of Mario 64. I remember I played before knowing how to read, so I had to ask my parents to read what was written on the screen, you know, the TV. I reached the desert stage and stop. Ah, yes, I remember. Yeah, the desert stage with the spiky balls, right? In equilibrium, whatever, and the big cube. Yeah, and the pyramid. Oh. Sunshine, I played this first stage. The point is, I never liked the 3D version of Mario. Oh, really? Interesting. My favorite one is Super Mario World. I was a speed runner for some days. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay, interesting. Because I think I mostly played Super Mario in 3D. Yeah. I didn't play much of the 2D games. I I remember when I was like 5 years old, 5, 6. I asked my dad to buy me a Super Mario game on Game Boy. It was on Game Boy. Yeah, it was on. On Game Boy or Game Boy Advance, I don't remember. I think it was Game Boy Advance, maybe. I asked my dad to give me to buy me a Super Mario, and he came back with Wario World with Wario. Like he didn't find, and I guess the shopkeeper was like, "Oh yeah, this is the closest thing," So so he came back, and I was like, "Wait, this is not Mario. This is Wario," and I didn't even know about Wario. So I just played Wario, and the game was pretty good and pretty funny, like because Wario is very cartoonish, like he has big muscles and he explodes things and stuff like that. He transforms into lots of funny stuff. So it was actually a great game. I really enjoyed this game. Wario World 3. So I wanted to have Mario, but I ended up playing Wario. And since then, Wario is my favorite Mario character. Okay? When I play Mario Kart, I always choose Wario because of this. Because I am Wario. When I wake up in the morning, I see Wario in the mirror. Yeah. Just because of this. Because when I was 5, because like because I remember in the like in the courtyard, like in the how do you say, in the recess area, in my school, all the guys that had the Game Boy, they had the Mario on it. And so I always played, like for 10 seconds or a few minutes with those guys, and I was like, oh, I want my Mario too. But no, I got Wario. I got the dark version. I had the bad boy version of Mario, which in retrospective, of course, I didn't think that back then, but retrospectively, it was so much cooler. Actually, Mario, that's for the nice guys. I was a bad boy, so I had a Wario. I played like 100 plus hours of Super Mario World. My PB on Super Mario was 13 minutes. I always choose Yoshi. Okay. You are a Yoshi person. Interesting. It says a lot about you. The Yoshis, the Yoshis of this world. They're very particular. Yeah, it's because depends. Depends. But it doesn't work, huh? Let me try with something else, like the audio processor. No sound strip here. I tried to reinstall all the add-ons. Tried with playback and audio processor, and it's as before. So what you did here did not change problem. Please think more. Still the no strips selected problem, or for the fast playback, the cache generated is for the other scene. than the one I'm currently the sequencer. I think more search more in the VLC in the 5.0 API docs. Maybe, I don't know, try to solve a problem at your best. Make no mistakes. In Mario Kart 64, I like to play with Bowser. I also like to play with Bowser. Wario or Bowser. In Super Mario 64, I played a lot with Yoshi. And Mario Kart 7, I played with Yoshi too. Or Waluigi. Wah! Wah! Waluigi. Waluigi. Wah! I didn't play the lot of the new versions. You know, since 2019 or 2021. I was an old game person. I see that. What do you mean? You are a retro gamer. You're a retro gamer. Yes. Very nice. Very nice. The old ones. Only the old ones. They were good back then. Nowadays, it's just Fortnite slop. It's all Fortnite slop. Then I bought my Xeon. Yeah. And now I'm a true gamer. Ah, yes. You know, I also had this period where I had a very shitty laptop with a abysmally bad like CPU and no GPU, and I had to play like, and because I like strategy games, uh, you know, I used to play like Total War, and so I had to play on this shitty laptop to to have something to play that would actually run. I had to play Total War Rome, first one, the Total War Rome from like 2003, and it was like 2013 or something, you know. So yeah, it's funny. 2002, remember. I play everything. I had a very shit laptop, but in 2018 I bought a new PC with a 1050 GTX, yes, and 8 GB of RAM. Very nice. Yeah, I also bought this PC in 2019, I think. Early 2019. Yeah, mine is also pretty old. 21, 22, I started to work with programming, and my PC was spending like 2 minutes or 5 minutes to start the server on Java. Java. When I bought a new PC, then I need to restart the server every update. Yeah. And my Xeon opened the server in 15 seconds. That's pretty good. Me with my Xeon. I see. Yeah, a Xeon is the good CPU for a server, that's for sure. That's for sure. What is he checking? The user works with two scenes, an actual and sync insert, and another selected for this which can be pinged it definitely causes the patches to be switchy. So I need to inspect our sequence relates to Windows C properties and PC. Blah 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 blah. The policy operators and keymat in Windows context causes mismatches. Discover the mixdown stream approach beyond the context of the past parameters. Trying to robustly override context with the correct good. And for games too. I mean, not anymore because games are very heavy nowadays, but until 2 years ago, yeah. I mean, to be fair, I think that the latest games are not that bad compared to like, like like I think to be able to run like Skyrim back then, you really needed a very recent PC, But the recent games, I guess not that much, right? Or maybe some rare bloated like Assassin's Creed or whatever. But like I feel like that my current PC is holding pretty well on the newest games, but I'm not playing the many newest games, I guess too. But like I feel less the urge to upgrade, but it's also because my PC back then was a very good PC. I guess it's aging better. But it depends, right? I would never run Metal Gear in my PC, the last one, or The Witcher 4. Ah, really? Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm delusional, right? Because also I don't play that many recent games, I guess. So maybe I'm a bit delusional. Ah, yeah, and I guess it's also what's good is the DLSS. The DLSS actually makes, but it's only on RTX GPUs. But the DLSS makes you easily, you can run a game at a lower, like at 720p and upscaled at like 1440p, and it's decent. And the FPS, the frame rate is also okay. You know. So I'm wondering if it plays a role in that. Alors, what did he say? Did he say to enhance? Outline functions to locate the sequencer area and a region in Windows or determine appropriate context for the logic. Use evaluation planning to extend regional intersection. Bon, if this doesn't work, I'm rebooting. I can run Red Dead 2, Spider-Man Miles Morales, both 2K, but not more than this. I need to play Horizon Zero Dawn again, but the last time my GPU was starting to be very hot. Ah, yeah, Horizon Zero Dawn. Yeah. I mean, I actually played the first one and it was okay. It was running okay on my GPU. Maybe not at full settings now, of course, but it was running good enough. If you need to play some games for the graphics, an old RTX are not that good, but you can run a lot of games. Xeon are very cheap them, yeah. Yeah. I need to learn read before send a message. Don't worry, Nats. It's okay. I understand your language now. I understand how your chatting syntax, I understand. How is my codex usage? 73. And the codex usage compared to Claude are way bigger. They're at least like 3 times as big as the Claude Code usage limits for the 5 hour context usage limits. It's pretty good, huh? Like per token spent, it's a better deal. But at the same time, the weekly usage limits might be draining a bit fast. I'm already at 50%. Do you prefer a big message or a lot of message as I do? I don't care. Both are good. I guess I prefer. I mean, it's as you want. I don't care. I guess. I mean, lots of message is okay. Lots of messages is okay. Hmm? I don't have a preference. I do not have a preference. Alors, this pass fixes the core issue that active context that this variable you pass around. I now resolve the sequences because can you also through like the strips. Ah, voilà. Then build a sequencer context override and use context override or mix down ops and makes the add-on acts on the same scenes you're actually editing on such when is on another scene. Ah, voilà. That's nice. That's nice. Install. Putain, mais nique ta mère! What the fuck? No, it doesn't work. Bon. Okay. So I need to discard all of this. Pow. I need to discard all of this. Is up, 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 up. Maybe I'll try to ask Claude Code actually. This codex doesn't seem to get it. Look this news that I received on my Instagram. Look at, yes, exactly. You look at this news. Wow. Leonardo DiCaprio is spotted aboard at his 70 million yacht in Ibiza. Well, yeah. Poor Leonardo. Poor Leonardo is bored. Allez, he's gonna take a new girlfriend, a new 22-year-old girlfriend, I guess. You know? To quench the boredness. Poor Leonardo. Yeah. Another 22-year-old girlfriend for Leonardo. Allez. Clear Claude. What are my limits with Claude? I should have a full. A full. Alors, in all add-ons, in the scripts in Blender folder, I have the same problem. The scene that the add-on acts on is not the correct scene that I'm select is often selecting in the sequencer scene and strips like the scene selected in the sequencer where I'm actually actively editing the strips, moving them, etc. is not the one that the add-on are seeing as the active scene. Sometimes active scene, it seems the add-on are mainly seeing the active scene as the one in the scene properties panel that can differ sometimes from the scene active in the sequencer. Please make sure the add-ons use the scene currently active in the sequencer. Otherwise, I get the fast playback cache run on another scene, different audio, or no strips selected when I try to analyze the sound. Oh, am I back? I should be back. Am I back? Am I back? Am I back? Yeah, just I guess a temporary outage from Twitch because I did not lose access to it. I had the internet. Just my connection was cut to Twitch. So yeah. So yeah. A little Twitch problem here for once. Usually it's me, but here It switch. Wonderful. But let's try to implement a solution first with the audio processor. See if works. I'm actually editing the strips, moving them is not the one that the other are single 15. It's the other are many single accuracy. Please make sure that I don't use the secret data sequence. Search online for the Blender 5.0 AP 5.8 docs. If you ensure code correct. Oops. Up. And now with Claude, it's going to be so fast compared to Codex. You know, look at this nice little UI. You know, it has like little dots, blinking dots and stuff. It tells you when things are running. It's just nice. It's just nice. There's a little tuk 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 tuk. It's right. It's just nice. Mhm. For you. Let me see. What the fuck? Oula. Wow. This is so deep. I cannot even express how philosophically deep this sequence just is, you know? There's so many things, you know, that this implies at a ontological level. This is amazing. You need to use my Instagram extension, by the way. Ah, yes, it's the best extension. Yes. Did I download it? I don't remember. Attends, let me check. What is your extension again? I mean, no, I started, so I should be able to find it. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. My stars. Ah, voilà, Instagram extension. Hop. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Extract. Hop. Voilà, it's there. Okay, I'm installing it. Need to use it to be extension. Code unpacked. Instagram extension. Up. Yes. Ah yeah, but I should do that in Vivaldi. Not in the... Bon, I guess it will also work. Attends. So I did that in Chrome. Now I need to do that also in Vivaldi. Where do I do that already? Tools. Extension. Developer mode. Impacts. Up. Up. Voilà. Ah, very nice. Very nice, Nat. Thank you for your extension. It's a very good extension, sir. Ah, wow. So cool. Poor girl, huh? Poor girl. But she's also milking the she's milking the views, huh, of course. But yeah, I guess she took the brighter side of her situation, which is good, I guess. For some reason, your volume is not working. Interesting. Really? Alors, I'll change the will apply. Here's a summary. Sequencing reference story secrecy this condition from context here, which the videos that you see show. I don't know correctly with CC for operation. Okay. Okay. Let's try audio processor. Audio processor. So clip V, clip H, select. Yes, it works now. It's supposed to be like this. Ah, let's see. It's not, eh? It's not. Yeah. Yeah, it's not. It's not that I don't have the volume. But it's okay. Ave Maria. Normalize. Normalize. 2 minus 14 laughs, which is the best laughs for the best sound in YouTube for your mixtape too, by the way. But also for your normal YouTube video, it also works pretty nice. That's why I do it. Mm. I hope it's not going to be put on the clip VC. Maybe on Vivaldi is different? Yes, probably. It's probably different, yes. Vivaldi is a bit weird with its authorizations and stuff like that. Can you do me a favor? Yes, I can do you a favor. Depends on the favor. Which favor? Oh, Yeah, it's a bit longer when I stream. New strips created below. But I'm normalizing. Hey, when I stream, it does take a lot of more work. It does take a lot of time. Go to the Instagram video, then open your console and put this document query selector all area label. I guess it's because I put the area label in Portuguese almost 100% right. Wait a minute, because I need to check this first. Why does it take so long? I guess it's because I'm streaming. It's normalizing, right? New strips created. No, that's the output node. That's not the log. No, I just need to wait a little bit. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ah oui, FFmpeg. Ah oui, oulala, FFmpeg, oulala. Ouh, FFmpeg. FFmpeg. Ah ouais, it takes on my CPU. Oulala. Ah oui, it's FFmpeg that's slow. Ah yeah, so I should not. But I guess maybe FFmpeg is already used by the OBS. So yeah, now it's used by both OBS and this and Blender. Ooh. Stopped. And now it continues. A bit later just for you, friend. No, I'm lazy. Yeah, don't worry. Wait, I just need to finish this to ensure of something. Well, it's very long, so let's try to do this. What you say? Stop. This is a browser feature intended for developers. If someone told you to copy paste something here to enable an Instagram feature or hack, it's a scam, Nat. Stop trying to scam me. Oh my god. You want to scam me. Banner not shown. Don't mess my schemas. What do you want to say? I will still copy paste your hacking code, Nat, okay? Press enter. Please tap allow pasting. Oh no, Luke. I'm hacking. I will let you hack you. No. Hack me, I mean. Node list. Is that interesting for you? This? Is that really interesting? God damn it. Alright, it takes so much time. It's just to normalize the sound. It should not be that heavy. It's crazy. I have your password. Now I have your password, you loser, lol. No. Oh no. No. Why did you take my password? All my privacy is on Instagram. No. God damn it. Just because I'm streaming? It's blocked. It's not possible. Yeah, I'm passing the area label hard code. What is the problem? You can't do strip while streaming? I guess no, because it's using FFmpeg. But I think my OBS is also using FFmpeg for the encoding. So basically, it's like incredibly slow now. It's a bit annoying. At the same time, I don't want to stop if it's about to stop, but it's not about to stop, it seems. Loud norms. Info. Elapsed 26 seconds. Status sleeping. But sleeping. Sleeping, but it takes 21 thread. It's weird. Blender. Yes. Mm. Mm. What if I'm just what if I'm just selecting these two? Analyze. I don't think I can do two things at the same time, no? Analyzing two strips. Ooh la la. Bon, let's just terminate this bitch because analyze. Voilà, analyze two strips. Very cool. It kind of works, I think. Oh my god. Stop. Oh, voilà. Yeah, so it's okay, it works. Well, it's just that I can't do that while I'm streaming, I guess. Because FFmpeg is too annoyed. If I try to boost just by 3 GB, it's okay. It's not that crazy, right? Applying for 3 GB. Ah, voilà. Whoa. Yeah, okay. Donc, there's a little bit of hein? Voilà. Bon, okay. Bon, okay. The main problem is cool. Uh, okay. So here, Claude Code fixed better the problem than Codex. Well, maybe I misguided Codex a slight bit by talking too much about the scenes property panel, even though I should have focused on the sequencer scene. Well, he should have, if it was that smart, he should have understood that that's what I wanted. You know, that was the correct fix to have. And he didn't do that. So voilà. Funny because I didn't find yet a problem that Codex that Claude failed to solve that Codex could solve. Or did I? No, I think I did actually. There was one modifications I did a few days ago that Claude failed at that Codex fixed. Yeah. So it depends. Huh? Some models are good at some things, some others at other things. I guess maybe, it might just be the simple act of re-rolling, the same prompts might give slightly different solutions. And so maybe even if you do the same model, you can have good runs, I guess. Yeah, it depends. Huh? I did the update. Mm-hmm. The extension. You didn't update the Git though. Did you push? Did you push? Ah, yes, I got it now. Yeah. Okay. Going to download. Okay. 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 Ah, yes, now I have it. Very nice. He really went full throttle with with her. I hope. Sorry for the problems. I hope your experience with Instagram get better after this. Yes, it will. It will because I hate the fact that Instagram doesn't have this and the volume too. So thank you. Thank you a lot, Nat. Sorry for the inconvenience. Sorry, sir. Don't worry, Nat. Thank you very much for the extension. You should publish it, on the. Ah, wait, no, because it's paid. You need to pay for the fucking stuff. Yeah, it's annoying. Yeah, I always forget. I will pay someday. Yeah. Oh, dear Marie, I'm very shy with my code. Yeah, well, you do have it open source on GitHub though, so you're not that shy, right? You're just a little bit shy. I don't have any of my code public on GitHub. I should. It's just at some point, one weekend, I will decide to publicize all of my repos and I will just, make everything public. But I will squash everything. I will squash all the commits. And voila. Just for people to not see my dirty commits that I did to myself. Is it squash the correct name? The correct word? I guess I will give up. I will give up, not gave. Gave is the past, the preterite. I guess I will give up the professional part of me from programming. I will try to work in other kind of job and then I can program for myself again. Yeah, I mean, look, if it's how you like it, why not? Huh? I need to stop to think like, oh, I need to do this like the companies would like to do. I can't learn game stuff. I can't do blah 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 because people will judge me. What about the safety? I need to stop with this. Yes, that's true, Nat. That is true. That is true. You need to do things, uh, you know, you need to do things because you like them, you know? You need to be passionate. But yeah, and yeah, I can understand the corporate approach to programming that can be a bit annoying. I can totally understand. Yeah. Yeah. It's very annoying. It's a very annoying. Yeah. Because, yeah, yeah. It's just like you have to make your own little project as if you need like a gigantic sprawling CI/CD pipeline with like all kinds of fucking test coverage to 99% or whatever, some bullshit like that just for the sake of it. Bon. And I understand that in a big corporation this is useful, but at the same time, yeah, when you don't evolve into a corporate environment, it's not that useful. And yeah, it's a bit better to not have this on your mind, weighing on your mind. I mean, I don't love programming. I just want a job, and programming give me a job that I can work from home. Every time that I see you doing stuff, I feel like jealous. Like, damn, he's doing and learning without worry. Yes, true. I don't worry about the corporate stuff. Yeah, for sure. Because I don't intend to be hired and to be, yeah. But that's also my limits, right? Is that because I don't care about this stuff, you know, um, yeah, I'm less cooperatable, you know? I'm less integratable in a corporate environment, I guess. He's a real vagabundo. He's not like me, damn. MV, wow. Yeah, exactly. Become the vagabundo. Become the vagabundo like me, Nat. Become a vagabundo. A coding vagabundo like me. You can do it, Nat. You can become just like me. Free your mind. Embrace the freedom of becoming a programming vagabundo. Look at this. Look at this guy doing a bad code all the time and not worrying. I need to be like him. Yes, I know. I'm just kidding. I know. I know you're just kidding. The fix. Okay. Let me try to reinstall everybody. Everybody. Oh, okay. Um, maybe I can try this now. So clip V, clip H, prepare audio, processing audio. But it's really bad when you have an anchor in your brain. I guess I need to try this, just praying to myself and that's it. But I need a job too. Yes, I know. It's hard. It's very hard to know. Oh, everybody, yeah. Ah, it works now. It works. Let's go. Oh, damn. My dear. Now it's not as synced as before. And I don't know why. Before it was more synced. Hmm. Hmm. Let's try to do the selected strips only. Cut silence. No idea what it's going to do. Oh, oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, so it works. So, comment browser. So. By the way, I tried to get a job another day in a big company, and I thought, okay, now I can do it. My CV is very good for a junior. But I did analysis, and I will just have CRUDs, I guess. By the way, this is insane. I will commend us in a few years. Ah, Hollywood is safe from AI. This is just 2 years of progress. Ah. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's going to get there, right? Like the AI capabilities, to like it's going to get there at some point. You know, yeah, it's going to be possible at some point, huh? I guess it is about slaps. Ah, yeah, it's about slaps. You're right. Yeah, I didn't even pay attention to the story. Slap night. Yeah. Yeah. Now, soon you're going to license an actor's face instead of his, actually acting on the set. Can we just license your face real quick for $2 million, please? Thank you. you know? But it's actually happening in games already for the voices. Like in Arc Raiders. The game I'm playing nowadays. In Arc Raiders, the actors for like some characters have licensed their voices. The clone, they have been paid to clone their voice so that the Arc Raider team can reuse their voice on a new quest. Like they can generate additional quests, and they can reuse the the cloned voice model to generate new caption, new speech. Yeah, so it's already happening. Huh? It's already happening with real games already. Um, for the voices of the actors. But it's obviously already happening in video games, like with actors Keanu Reeves in Cyberpunk, right? So it's just going to be similar, I guess. It could be similar, but it's just going to be a bit weird that actors are not even paid to act anymore. They're just going to be paid to, So that's weird. They're just going to be paid to give their face. I guess they'll still have to act for a while, right? Like, so it would be a bit weird. Or maybe it will not be like the big kinds of movies that you see at the cinema. Those will still have the paid actors. Maybe the AI slop movies with the actor's face will be cheap. Maybe like cheap the DVD movies, right? Like the movies that don't come out in at the cinema or something, or the Netflix like movies or something. I don't know. I'm sure there is probably already a bunch of startups in Silicon Valley who are working on this already, making movies with AI gen. I've heard of some that are already working on this. So it's going to happen. It's going to come. What form will it take? We'll see. And what place will Netflix, HBO and the cinemas, what place will they be willing to let to these kinds of AI movies? I'm not sure. I guess they don't even know, the guys who are working on it. But it's interesting. We already had this with what? We already have this with voices. Yes. Why is this emote there? Voices? Why do I have this attached to voices? What? Wait a minute. 7TV emotes. Why do I have voices? Yannick, now you can register your voice. Yeah. Yeah, it's Yannick. Mais I don't even see the. Oh my god, Yannick added so many cursed ones. Oh, what the hell? He did that when I was asleep or something. Look at this. Look at this. So, yes. Wait a minute. Where is it? Ah, no, it's not this one. No, my emotes. Ah, or maybe it's like wait, it's my emotes, right? Petit pois. Attends. If I do 7TV, yeah. If I click on petit pois, emotes. Ah no. Ah no, this is not my emotes. Where are my emotes? Petit pois. Active emotes. Ah no. No, no, no. No, no, I'm confused. No, no, it was the 7TV app directory emotes. Okay, I'm confused. Yeah, okay. So no, it's okay actually. I think, right? No, it was not cursed. Yeah, 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 that's okay. Yeah. Cooking. It's okay, right? Yeah. Where are the voices? Here are the voices. Why voice? What is this? Ah, it's a listening. We don't even see that it's listening. I'm going to delete it. Download, copy link. Add to. Yeah. Ah ouais, it's the listening. No, I know you liked it. You liked it. Ah yeah, it's linked to listening. But if you want it, why not? Huh? Don't care. You want it? But it's voicing. Because listening, not listening, listening, voicing. Voilà. Okay, I get it now. Yeah. No. So what happened is that in the emotes, I saw a cursed one that was like, wait a minute, because there's a lot that we use, and so I was like, oh, that's mine. But there are some that are cursed. Like for example, this one. This one, I was like, what the fuck, Yannick? You added this one? But actually, no, he did not added this one. But I was like, what the hell was that? And there's the right one too. Oh, wow. Oh là là. Oh, this cat is very well rendered. Oh là là, what the fuck? People are naughty, hein? People are naughty. They are obsessed with sex. It's disgusting. Disgusting. Yeah, voilà. Yes. Okay, science color, audio, captions. Let's try the caption. We compare. Let's try the caption. Let's generate the captions. Ah, here they are. Ah, yeah, but it doesn't work here. Voilà, so now clip V and this clip H3. A 3. Voilà. Ouh là là. Mais what? No, it's not supposed to be like this. Mais selected strip only. What the fuck? Hmm. And if I select the correct one here, it does not do that, right? Yeah, okay, so there is a bug. There is a bug. It's good, but there is still a little bug. Add fix for to force add-ons to focus on currently active scene in sequencer instead of scene properties panel scene. Okay, now there is a bug where I select a scene in the sequencer that everything is about sex. I will die virgin as a protest. That's right. Don't touch me, girls. Exactly that. That's the right approach to have. Ew, girls are disgusting. They have like gloss on their lips and stuff. Ew, disgusting. Everything they can say. Not the same as the scene properties panel scene. The add-on runs on all the strips of the scene instead of being run only on the selected strips, as most add-ons support. When both the scene in the sequencer and in the scene properties panel are the same, this behavior does not occur and the add-on correctly operates only on the selected strips. Please investigate. Use the Blender docs if necessary. Let me investigate the issue by searching the blah. If I solve this, I'm gonna leave. So sorry. I my phone. Sorry. Huh? I need to otake. I need to otake my shower. Is very cold in my city. Not very, but a little cold. Okay. Okay, not zuj. I understand. My keyboard are duplicating things. You know, you're just talking Japanese without even without even realizing. That's how that's how fluent you are. Yes, but yeah, if you need to go away, net, you can. It's okay. I'm polyglot. Polyglot. You can be polygoth. You know, it's like when you have several goth girlfriends all at once. You are polygoth. You know the goth. Do you know the gothic girlfriends? You know, voilà. You know, when you have lots of those, voilà, you are polygoth. You have lots of goth girlfriends. You know, yeah, polygoth. I'm a polygoth, but they just treat me bad. Well, that's what it means to have a goth girlfriend. You know, she will step on your balls, but maybe you like it. I don't know. Depends. You know, trying to put me a color. Well, exactly. Typical goth girlfriend. Yeah. Typical goth girlfriend. Yeah. She wants to put you in a collar. She wants to step on your balls. Yeah. Typical. Typical. I'm not into this. Well, too bad. Too bad, Nat. You're a polygoth. You don't have a choice now. You know? This is your destiny. Sorry. I guess I will die alone. Or with a goth girlfriend. You're a polygoth. It's better to be alone. Uh Sometimes, yes. It's better to be alone sometimes. It's just that, yeah. It's better to be alone than to be with the wrong person. That's for sure. I agree. And at the wrong time also. Because, you know, I think there are times to be in a couple and times to not be in a couple. For example, right now, I don't want to be in a couple. I don't think this is a good time for me to have a boyfriend or girlfriend, maybe. You know? Yeah. So it depends. But goddamn, if one day when I get my next boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, we need to, slap those chicks to have the children fast, because I need to have those children fast. I can't take 5 years to have my children. If at 35 I don't have children, that's not going to go down correctly. I need to have children when I'm 35. Slaps, yeah. Didn't know all the options produce kids. Yes, they can if you try hard enough. If you try hard enough, it can work. It's just that most people don't, but yeah, it can actually. Okay. Where is my usage at for Claude? Oh, 22. Not that bad. Oh yeah, reset. Okay. Alors, let's try to reboot the captions just to see if it's correct. Captions, captions. Captions, captions. Okay. Okay. Alors, clip 3. Bon, this should work as normal. Oh! Oh, really? Oh, now no strips are selected in the captions add-on when I try. If I do this, will they investigate and only this one to spare the redundant changes? Think about this with girlfriends or friends. One of the brothers will not bury anyone, but the other will bury everyone. Will not bury anyone, but the other will bury everyone. And then the last brother wouldn't have anyone to bury him. No one will be there. Yeah, I mean that's why you have children, right? It's to have people come to your deathbed, people come to your to your burying, to your funerals, you know? Because yeah, if you don't have children, well, maybe your brother's children might come at your funerals, but it's not guaranteed. You know, you have children, Petit? Yes, I will have children. How many? Uh, I'd like 4, ideally. Not sure if I'm going to be able to have 4, but if I can, I'm gonna have 4. You would name one of your kids as Nat or Yannick? Yes, of course. Of course. One Nat, one Yannick, one Goncalves, one Cody. Cody C. Wiseman, that will be his full name, yeah. Nat Zouge, Yannick, Cody C. Wiseman, voilà. And Goncalves. Just so that I can, continue streaming in a way, I can continue streaming even with my children, you know? When I'm streaming, I can talk to you, and am I when I'm out of streaming, I'm still talking to you. You know, it's not the same persons, but whatever, I don't care. You know, it's still this way it doesn't change my habits, and voilà, it's better this way. You know, I think it's totally fine. No. Petit Wayna, Petit Bernard Beethoven. Exactly, that's the full name. Yeah, exactly. Allez, it's going to do the entire fucking stuff again. God damn it. Ah, bon. Okay. Let's go back to the drawing board. God damn it. Okay. Can I still have... Okay. Remember that the scripts selected only action the add-ons that support acting only on selected strips should still work after the change with the audio captions. No, auto captions also it works. Including like with the auto captions add-on that we're going to test here first. Okay. Nazouj Petit Lefebvre. Exactly. This one have other parents. It's from your second marriage. Ah, very nice. Yes, that's from a second marriage. Yeah. Nazouj, Petit Lefebvre, Yannick, five, Petit Bernard. Yes. Cody Wiseman, Petit Bernard Beethoven. Yeah. That will be the names on the identity cards. Yeah. Can confirm. I can confirm that is my will. Bon, Claude Code is not going to... Okay, I will take my shower. Yeah. Good night. Yeah, okay, good night, Nat. I'm just finishing this. I'm trying one more time, and if it doesn't work, I just leave and I'll do it tomorrow. Stay good, yeah. See you, Nat. See you, Nat. See you, see you, see you, see you. See you, Nat. See you, Nat. Why the vibe? Why the vibe? Why the vibe? You. Eh ben, it's taking some time, huh? Ouh là là, 50%. Usage limit already. Is he reading? What is he doing? Is he thinking? Is he or she? Or is it? Is it Claude? Claude. Claude. Is a bit long, huh? Thought for 12 seconds. Is it stuck? Claude, step bro, are you stuck? Are you stuck, step bro? What's going on? Step bro, what are you doing? You're not writing, you're not thinking. What's going on? Is he like fetching the... What is he doing? He's not even fetching web pages because the context doesn't move. Is it stuck? Oh, don't stuck. Don't be stuck. He must have like a timeout limit, no? Fetching. I think it's stuck. God damn it. Bon. 10 seconds and I leave, huh? And I clear, I reset because that's just a bit stupid. Allez, ciao. Ciao, 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 ciao. Allez, last chance. Last chance. Come on, Claude, you can do it. I don't want to spend 6 hours debugging this. Please. Thinking. Ah, very nice. Thinking. I think I need to apply the changes add-on by add-on, just it cannot apply too many things at once. Even Opus 4.5 is not perfect. It's not perfect to do lots of changes, even if they are like kind of redundant. Yeah, still the step by step. That works the best. I guess that's why they should use. Maybe I should tell it to use the sub agents to do each change or something. There's one agent that does 5 changes. That just doesn't work. I guess context is too diluted still. I told you to only do the auto caption add-on, no? Not the others. Oh, 67%. Oh, maybe. Even Claude can be on. Now, oh, Isaac is switching again. I do Control O. Oops. There. Control O. Now, oh, so we can have the thinking logs. The web fetch didn't get you know. The tick was applied. The power warning about the expected. Finally, editing. Based on our research, now turning to the current get sequence uses a symbol of fallback, which might incorrectly fall back to context.c now. When context the sequence is none. I don't think that's what's happening. Unfortunately. I updated the get sequence in VS caption to be more robust for Blender 5. The key change, and now we explicitly try content workspace dot sequence scene first, then context sequence scene, and only fall back to context scene if neither is available or set. Okay, cool. That's all. Really? So here, using captions. Okay, back up. Okay, alors, and both are the correct one. Right, captions, ta-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta, generate captions. Okay, this works as expected, right? Yeah. Okay. Now I select a different scene than the one in the sequencer. I try to generate again the captions. God damn it. No, it will generate the entire fucking hell. That's crazy. What happened? Created. Voilà. 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 140. Makes no sense. Why does it do this? Oh my god. This is crazy. Okay, so now it creates captions on the correct sequencer scene each time, but now the selected strips only does not work correctly anymore when I select when the sequencer scene is different from the main scene property visible in scene properties. I don't know. The captions add-on add captions in the correct place, starts adding, it's very weird also, captions beginning at the correct place, but of the entire scene now, not only the selected strips. So that's not what is expected. Funnily, I mean, when both sequencer and main sequencer scene and main scene in scene properties panel are aligned, this does not happen. The selected strips only feature works as expected. Investigate. Oh, If after that it doesn't work, maybe I'm just going to pay attention to selected scene every time. Huh? It's just too much of a hassle. I understand the issue. Mm-hmm. Do you? The selection state could be tied to the UI context rather than the strict object itself. Let me investigate how to properly get selected strip in Blender 5.0. Mm-hmm. The issue might be that this context property is still tied to context.scene rather than context.sequencer scene. Well, no, because it's generating it on the correct scene. Well, I don't think so, because the wrongly generated captions are being generated on the correct scene, just not put down 90%. Just not limited to the selected strips as it should. Oh. Oh là là. But thank you for the clarification. The issue of the S select may be returning the correct selection state. And the sequence can differ from the main scene. Yes, this might be it. Let me check if using a context would work better. Oh. Yeah, maybe. Oh, I'm already at 90%. 95. Oh. It really pushed you to take the max plan, the $100 plan. Because that's really what I would need, I guess. At the same time, I also have codecs, so similar changes. Okay, allez, let's try one last time. Ah, okay, nice. It works. Okay, now let me just try to get it working as before. Normally, both should work, right? Yeah. Okay. And changing this to this, output should be the same, right? Okay, nice. Okay, Okay, this solved the problem. Please lay down, lay down, lay down, lay out, lay out, lay down, lay down. No, please, like unfold. Yeah, please unfold the reason of the bug and what changes made it disappear, both on the scene selection, the reason of the, it's not a bug, bug like unexpected behavior. It's part bug and part just, that's how it works. Bug in a, what selection and about the selected strips bug in selection behavior and in detail. Voilà. So I'll have to use that on codex. And I will save this. Okay, solved. Fix solved. Sequencer scene not being used plus selected strips bug where captions would generate an entire scene worth of captions instead of focusing on selected strips when sequencer slash main scene were not aligned. I don't care if it's not. Okay. Uh, okay, but I'm gonna do the rest tomorrow. So I will now leave. Goodbye. If anybody is still here, Wise Man or anybody else, I'm not sure. I don't remember. Well, I'm leaving now. See you. Bye 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 bye.